Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the Daytona 24, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR schedule, such as the Daytona 500. We have events from disciplines all across the racing world, from the Indianapolis 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events utilize iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against every driver taking part. And as every race progresses, watch and feel the track change with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
We go to the UK's fastest race circuit in Hampshire for Thruxton. 4 hours of action around Thruxton here in this iRacing special event featuring all 4 of our TCR cars. Hello everybody, my name is Paul Smith and I'm delighted to say that I'm joined by Ewan O'Leary for this special event. Second year of running, Ewan. We had so much fun last year, we're doing it again.
Yeah, really pleased to be back for the second 4 hours of Thruxton after last year's event, won by Alexander Davidson in the end in a WSR 1-2-3. You'll be pleased to know that in the top split this afternoon we've got 3 WSRs to as they try and do that again, but not the same names. The only returning one, Ross McFarlane, who was the runner-up last year, but there's plenty of other big names who'll be up there with him up towards the pointy end at some point this afternoon.
Drivers just getting themselves into qualifying, but let's have a look at the special event calendar because it's been an absolutely stacked month of May. We started it off at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, then we headed to Indy for the 500, both the fixed and open setup sessions. Last week it was the World 600, and then to finish off May we're here at Thruxton. Watkins 6 Hour is the next special event with the Firecracker 400, a highlight of the year, and Spa coming very soon in July. It is an absolutely cram-packed special events calendar going all the way through to December here, Ewan.
Yeah, it is. There's at least one event every month. From now on in, there's at least 2 every month, right until the end of December as well, when the events just keep on coming. But this is one of my favourite times of the year in terms of the summer, because of the endurance races that we've got in this period. The Nürburgring 24 at the start of May. Obviously we've got smaller events like this one at Thruxton and Watkins Glen, but also the Spa 24 as well over the course of the summer. Always a big event. Last year had its closest ever finish, of course, so we'll see whether we can go any better this year on that. But some unusual ones towards the end of the year as well. The Suzuka 1000Ks and the Brick Car 24 are not always fixtures on the schedule, but they're here this year towards the end of the summertime.
Absolutely. Looking forward to the rest of the year and what it brings to us here on iRacing. Let's have a look then at today's event. So we are currently in the 2-lap 8-minute qualifying session. We then have a 4-hour race here with dynamic weather, although we're not expecting any rain today. The splits are done by iRacing, so this is the top split where we've got 60 cars in this top split of this event. You can run this on your own, and quite a few of the teams will be doing this, but it is a team event, is this. And there's a big one as well. Incident limits, drive-throughs after 20 incidents, and then every 10 incidents after that. But crucially, Ewan, a 50 limit before you're disqualified.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that high, to be honest, for a 4-hour race. It's going to be so interesting to see how close they get to that in terms of the rubbing and the bumping that we might well see, because it is touring car racing after all. how close are we going to be seeing for some of these top guys to getting to that drive-through limit at 20 incidents? Are we even going to see anybody disqualified? Well, hopefully not, but it's not going to take very much for people to get pretty close if the racing is particularly intense and physical early on.
Well, a former colleague of mine, Samuel Aurora, used to call TCRs totally chaotic racing. Hopefully we get some exciting racing, but nice and clean as well. 60 cars across the field, though. That's going to be quite the thing to manage. Fortunately for these drivers, it is a rolling start. To get you up to speed with the car choices, we've got 12 Audis, 9 Hyundai Elantras, 1 Hyundai Veloster, and that's Stephen Walker who's driving that car, and then 38 Honda Civics. So the Honda is the prime choice, it seems, here today.
Yeah, and you were mentioning to me before the broadcast about why that is in terms of its chassis being ideal for Thruxton. It has been I don't like using the phrase attempted to be bopped, as it were, but you know, a little bit of a power adjustment and the heaviest weight penalty alongside the Audi as well. This has been the most heavily bopped car, to use that horrible phrase, but it is still the favoured one, and I'm glad to see that it has just brought in a couple of other manufacturers into the fray. You mentioned the 12 Audis runner-up there in terms of the car count. Hopefully we will see some variety up towards the front of the field in terms of the manufacturers that are actually competing for the win. But it is very, very difficult sometimes in these festive events to actually get that, because it's not like a season BOP where it can even out over the course of a year. It is just an all-in-one race, and that does sometimes attract people to one manufacturer over others, and we were expecting that in the way of the Honda coming towards this event.
Yeah, we certainly were. Let's speak of that balance of performance adjustment into the final 2 minutes of qualifying. It is for the Audi RS3 LMS Gen 2, the brand new Audi on the service here. It is a 5 kilo weight penalty. The Honda Civic Type R, that's got a 5 kilo weight penalty and a ever so slight 0.25% power adjustment. But then we go to the Hyundais, the Elantra and the Veloster. The Elantra actually has had 5 kilos taken off of it. The Veloster, 7 kilos taken off of it. So those cars, you may see them coming into the fore, not maybe quite working their tyres quite as hard. It's quite a warm track here, conditions-wise. 36.7 degrees Celsius out there on track right now, Ewan. And around this track, it's the front left. With it being a clockwise track, the front left takes all the hammering around here.
And not only is it a clockwise track, there's very little turns to the left at all. Anyway, you know, it doesn't exactly go into an infield and do a little section or whatever. It's pretty high speed. It's very flowing, apart from the 2 chicanes at the end of the lap and at the start of the lap as well. And so you can absolutely imagine the front left getting a beating around here. That will be something to manage over the course of it. And, you know, it's since touring cars have been in iRacing, we go all the way back to the Kia, back 10 years ago and more. Imagine this racing though. Anyway, it's always been about managing those front tyres. I remember the back in the days when we had the Nürburgring 24 hour with those Kias, and that was the sort of the staple endurance event for touring cars back then. And the discussion was always about, these guys are going way slower than they could be right now because they've got to do, an hour and more on these sets of tyres. Front tyres especially, and that's going to be the case in the modern TCRs as well.
Did I ever mention that I finished on the podium in top split of the Nürburgring 24 hours? I may have mentioned it once or twice. Right, let's get to the grid. It's a full pace lap here. So the front row of the grid then, Ross McFarlane, he finished on the podium last time out. He wants to go to the top step this time. He sets a time of 1 minute 13.5. Leo Brown with exactly the same time on the front row. So watch for those two to be fighting it out. Less than a tenth back on row number 2, Matt Caruana for ME Sports. Watch out for him with Charlie Devlin alongside him. Suma Fukuyama then on row number 3 with Lewis Clark sharing that row. Row number 4 for Daniel Ferguson in the second of the WSR Esports car. Alongside him is James Dennison, Michael Polasek and Stephen Hurd then on the 5th row of the grid. Row 6, it is Jaden Scotton and Ethan Hamlet. Next row of the grid, row 7, is Martin Chico with John Babineau. Then it is Pavel Derbany with Simeon Mikhailov. Then it is Nate Specht and Brett Gardner rounding out the 9th row of the grid. Row 10 is Salvatore Guili and Greg Twardock. Row number 11 then for Ayrton Reutemann with Malte Scheider in alongside them. Then it is Jake Cummins and Stephen Walker sharing the 12th row of the grid. Row number 13 then for Yuri Lakkonen with Major Nonsivius in that row of the grid, with Marcelo Reyes and Daniel Strojka is then on that 14th row of the grid. Row 15 for Raul Hernando and Andrew McKinley. 16th row of the grid then, Fran Torres with Heike 360 joining us on the grid here. Good to see Heike there on that row of the grid. Then Adam Boislard with Martin Yanta with Owen Edwin Onofre. It's all testing me. Taurus Vosberg then alongside them in 36th place. Then it's Richard Takas with Alexander Cortez. Then on row number 20, Nicholas Pimenta and Joe Water. Sam White and James Forster. And then on row number 21, with the 22nd row of the grid, Neil Rocks and Sarah Dove. I've raced against those two in the past, along with Igor Shurikov and Andy Fox. Then Franco Sanchez with Alvaro Rick rounding out the next row. Patrick Gallic and Mickey Freisen rounding out row number 25. Row 26 then for Matthias Platt and Tony Dibden, with Tobias Seigner and Ben Gregory in the Vauxhall Vectra inspired paint job. Matthew Miller and Christian Higgins with Lars Mulder, Thomas Burling, then Bob Little, and right at the back of the grid is Cohen Gerrits. 60 car grid then, Ewan. Quite a few. Testing my abilities to pronounce them, and apologies if I did get any of your names wrong. But looking at this, it's a 4-hour race. Keys to the race here with quite a warm track, I would imagine, would be tyre life and not getting involved in incidents early on.
Yeah, you'd be surprised actually over the course of 4 hours just how stretched apart this field can get, because of what we're going to see in the early laps here. What we're going to see, probably if it goes to what we saw last year, a very, very compressed field, a very tight race for the top positions early on, and perhaps even a train of 10, 20 or more in the very early minutes of the race developing itself. But if you remember, look back to the race results last year, there were only 4 on the lead lap and only 8 within 2 laps of the winner, Alexander Davidson. So that says to me this field is going to get very stretched apart, and the reason why is because of all those incidents. Staying out of trouble going to be so crucial over the course of this race. And as you say, tyre life very, very important as well. We're just getting up to about 1 o'clock in the afternoon or so, the sort of peak in the heat of the afternoon, so it shouldn't get any worse than this, but it is still a relatively high track temperature.
And we've got clear skies, not a cloud in the sky as they go up Woodham Hill and head towards the club chicane. You're going to see a lot of drivers get slow down penalties through this chicane. It's very easy to pick up, but you have to abuse the curbs here and track limits to make the most out of your lap times. Right, drivers are all set. They're looking towards the starting gantry, and already Ross McFarlane has made a jump for it. We're green flag racing here. 4 hours of action here around Thruxton with TCRs. It's Ross McFarlane for WSR Esports takes the lead, and Matt Caruana in the ME Sports car jumping up a place into second as they head into the complex for the first time. Campbell, the right-hander, then it's Cobb, the left, Seagrave to then take you back on to the perimeter road round here as the drivers go thundering through the opening of the lap. So far, it seems to be all well behaved, on the 1 or 2 stragglers further down in the grid, but it's a huge grid to try and get around here, Ewan.
It is. I mean, 60 car grid, and already the guys at the back are nearly 20 seconds of the race lead. That's why qualifying, even though it's a long race, is so important around here. Thankfully, pretty much everybody getting off to a clean start here and nobody having to tow with a big crash or anything on this opening section of the opening lap, which is very positive indeed. But what a jump that was from McFarlane. Here comes Matt Caruana though for the lead.
Down the inside into the chicane, the club chicane. Launch the car over the curbs here. Fortunately, the left and the right at the end of the lap. Oh, there's a car, two cars going flying off in the background of shot there. That's the 738 and the 26, and they have headed into the wall with heavy contact. That's W2E Prog. Is one of those cars involved in that incident, and it's Hydra Racing Forces who are the other car on pit road after a huge incident. And WSR Michael Polacek, I fully expected him to be further up the grid here, Ewan. Not the best of starts for the WSR driver, down 5 spots.
You'd definitely expect him to have been further up the field than this, not least in qualifying itself. Only 9th place in qualifying. He should at least hold on to this position here and limit the damage. He'll be 14th as long as he can stay here. But yeah, this is further down than what you'd expect. But again, it's a long race, and so while you don't want to be miles down the field in qualifying, you don't need to be in one of the absolute top positions to go on and win. Oh, that is unfortunate there. Very unfortunate indeed. That was the incident on the way towards the final chicane there. Marcelo Reales and Jura Lakanen, the two who got involved. And, I'm not sure who was hit first, but the second of them, a completely innocent bystander in that one, coming towards the final chicane. They both, by the way, have meatballs and no doubt very lengthy repairs.
Yeah, that's one driver at the back missing his braking point, as I'm seeing more yellow flags at the club chicane. I have a funny feeling that the club chicane is going to be the major talking point in these early stages, because the 191 and the 77 have had major issues down there. And looking down the inside, car around the outside gets turned around, and there's another car off the Veloster. Silver Veloster, no! Stephen Walker is around as well.
I wonder if it got any help or whether he did that on his own. It's not impossible to do that completely alone. On the way to that final chicane there, spinning to the inside line, just where the pit lane is, although the entry is on the front straight, as we know. So, yeah, unfortunate really, but the final chicane is where it's all happening so far. Thankfully, those two cars that we saw making contact earlier were the first ones, are the only ones still down on pit lane. There's another look. I mean, we said it before the race, you mentioned it. One of the keys to the race here is getting through the early laps without incidents, and you can see why that is such a challenge in these opening laps, watching some of these pictures right now.
Nate Spectrus having to back out of that one. He had a move down the inside, and he's now going to lose another place here around the inside then of Allard. That's not normally an overtaking spot for touring cars. Cars later on in their stints will feel a bit more understeery through that first corner. This is one of the key challenges of this track, is a lot of medium and high speed corners. You're putting a lot of load through the front tyres, and if you've never driven a front wheel drive car, it'll sound alien to you, but you want on the brakes the rear end to be rotating the car for you rather than you having to do all of the turning through the front wheels.
Well, I remember as when I used to actually drive occasionally, that I obviously started driving with rear-wheel drive cars, and therefore, because my learning was on them, I could never get my handle on one of these at all. And you're right, it's such an alien prospect, especially to someone who doesn't like the rear end jumping around already. Some people just like that anyway, whether it's a front-wheel drive or a rear-wheel drive car. But if you don't like that in a rear-wheel drive car, then you're going to have that extra hurdle to step over when you're trying to get to grips with a front-wheel drive car, because it's just it's almost like a different sport the way you have to drive a front-wheel drive compared to a rear-wheel drive. It's so different, so challenging, and so difficult as well in a long race, because the thing you reach for when you're struggling for speed, or certainly I did, is burning those what ended up being burning up those front tyres even quicker, because you're pushing just that little bit harder and that little bit too hard. And in a race like this, you absolutely can't afford to do that.
One thing it does really do well for you, though, is if you're having to learn how to trail brake in a car. That is something you have to learn with one of these front-wheel drive cars, because with the trail braking, you're helping rotate that rear end. Sarah Dove looking at right now, and it's a gaggle of cars. This is all over the latter stages of the field. Sarah's currently in 51st. Raul Hernando is in 53rd. He's got a car to the inside of him through Goodwood, this is, that they're coming through right now. Heading towards Church. The most important corner on the track is Church, because you carry that speed all the way up the Woodham Hill to the Club Chicane.
Oh, a little bit of side-to-side contact just up in front. And look at the run for Hernando here. He's going to maybe go through the middle. Oh, he is going to go for 50th place. We're 4 wide for a very brief moment. And thankfully, they decided that wasn't going to be a very good idea. Hernando's going to get through. There's a spinning Elantra just in front of them as well. My goodness, the back end of the field is where the action's at early in this race.
That's Ben Gregory in that boosted car, the Vauxhall-inspired paint job there. So all the way down for Ben, not the best of runs there. But this is all fighting towards the rear of the field. Up at the front, they're all pretty much sorting themselves out and thinking of the long run. But back here, this is almost like a WWE cage fight, and it's who can escape first.
Yeah, it's remarkable fighting we're seeing further down the field, really is. But again, this is what's expected in the early laps of this race. Later on, it's going to get much more spread out if it goes to form from last year, of course, where it eventually did. And lap traffic going to be such a feature of this race already, because that battle we were seeing further down there for, let's call it, actually the battle extends from 42nd place all the way down, but those guys already over 30 seconds away from the race lead, already almost half a lap down after less than 10 minutes. That's the big challenge in terms of a very busy racetrack. And there's another spin through the final chicane.
It was Igor Shirokov in that Wizards team car spinning round, trying to get back up to speed, and that's the problem. You've got to try and just sneak your way back onto the track. Meanwhile, Team Racing Point Blue are fighting it out here and not winning that one. And in fact, Heike 360 is looking to make the most of this, heading into Noble. If you can hold it around the outside there, Heike, you've got the inside for Goodwood. Tap of the brakes, get the car on the inside. No, not quite able to do it, but Xavier Sanchez doing a good job, and great to see Heike 360. Once again, I've not commentated on him since the Porsche All-Stars last year.
It's doing all right at the moment, just top half of the field, just about 27th, and with a decent run on the way towards this final chicane as we go on board with the driver behind, Taurus Vosberg. Oh, that's quite sharply on the brakes there. That was unexpected, I think, for Vosberg, as they all had that concertina effect going down the line. Thankfully didn't rear-end the Honda in front, and they complete another lap clean at this in this group, which is headed, by the way, a little bit further up by Andrew McKinley for the Vesta Sport Blue team. This is effectively the battle for 25th and involves about 5 drivers.
This is what you get with TCRs, especially around a slipstream track like this, is you get a big group and gaggles of cars form. The front 4 have made a bit of a breakaway at the front of the field. In fact, the front 5, because actually the Scuderia Fermanta car is slowly gaining back to that front 4. Then there's a bit of a gap. 6th and 7th are together, then a bit of a gap, and then it's 8th down to about 11th, 12th place together, and you just get these groups form all the way through the field here. I know this will sound a bit sort of counterintuitive, but you want to be working together really to try and keep in the slipstream of those groups in front.
Yeah, and I always say this at the start of endurance races, and normally that does apply, and it normally does happen in the early stages of these longer races. But actually, based on last year as well, it doesn't seem to really happen here. The normal calm that you see at the beginning of endurance races doesn't seem to happen here really, for whatever reason. And it just means that the groups get split off from each other very, very quickly. We're watching the lead battle down the bottom of the screen at the moment. You'd say there's 4, maybe 5 involved at the moment. And, you know, if this was a different kind of endurance race, maybe it's because of the car and track combination, but there really isn't, and hasn't been for this year nor the last, too much cooperation to try and stay with the groups up ahead. There's just a sort of a fighting for the position that's right in front of them at that time.
Ross McFarlane, I think, happy to just stay in the wheel tracks of Matt Caruana. He's saving himself some fuel, but look at how much they're having to abuse the curbs. Ross gets such a better run out of the club chicane, heading towards Allard for yet another lap here, but not making the move. Leo Brown is just loitering with intent after losing that place at the start of the race to Matt Caruana off of the green flag drop. And Leo, I think, will just be just happy again, content to be hanging around in this gaggle, because he's keeping with the front 2 right now. But we know there's pace in this front 5 right now.
Yeah, there certainly is. And they're racing away nicely at the front of this field. For all his shaping at the moment, I actually don't think Ross McFarlane is too interested in taking the race lead from Matt Caruana at the moment. I know it seems to look like it. Caruana on the defensive there towards Church. I just don't see it at the moment. Maybe I'm going to be about to be proved wrong into the final chicane here as he comes towards that main overtaking chance, you'd say, on this lap into that final chicane. But I think hanging behind him is going to be what Ross McFarlane does here early on, and you'll get him a bit later on. I mean, for me, that's absolutely the right strategy. There's no point trying to lead the field at the moment, because Caruana's only going to be able to stay in his slipstream anyway.
The other downside of sitting behind, especially around a track with so many medium to high speed corners, is that you're not getting the full aero downforce on your front tyres. So you are going to scrub those front tyres a little bit more as Michael Polasek moves up ahead of Stephen Hurd. It's up into 11th place now for the WSR eSports driver. Nate Specht as well under attack, or doing the attacking here. Well, he's defensive down the inside into the complex and holds on for that position in that Yitcows racing car.
That's true, by the way, what you're saying about McFarlane, but don't you think that's why he's sort of poking the nose around a little bit, trying to find that little bit of air into some of these corners and making it look like he's trying to make an overtake when actually he's planning on staying in behind? But we'll see how it develops. Maybe he won't stay behind the whole time as we go on board with Motor Snyder here, just looking for a top 20, just poking the nose down the inside of Etten Rudgeman here for 20th position, just about alongside, going to have to tuck in by the looks of things, and does indeed. So Snyder tucks back in behind, and by the way, behind this we've got Major Monsevius and Jake Cummings as well. So plenty of drivers fighting in this battle for 18th position. Another one of these groups that's sort of a roughly 5-driver group. There's quite a lot of them.
It's Honda, Hyundai, Audi, Honda in that little particular pack as Heike 360 trying to make a move in front, but also having to be defensive from behind as well. So this is all over 26th, 27th place. Ayrton Reutemann has got a slow down penalty, so that'll have been cutting the club chicane a little bit too much. If you were going to Motorsport UK track limit standards, by the way, every driver would have had at least 3 drive-through penalties by now. That's how strict Motorsport UK are compared to what we've got here in iRacing. Now, leaders, flashing of headlights, we've got a lap car getting out the way. So already, the car at the back of the field, which I believe is the 06, which is Adam Boislard, having to get out the way. Yeah, absolutely. Boislard has been in pit... been in pit lane already. Oh, here we go. In this race. Oh, big moment. And here comes the lead. Oh, big moment for Caruana out of the chicane. McFarlane, you don't need to ask him twice. He takes the lead then in that WSR eSports car. Now, is Caruana going to respond instantly? Well, he's putting the pressure into the complex, but so far not able to make the move. And I think right now Leo Brown is the smartest driver of the 3. Yeah, potentially just hanging back at the moment. And don't forget, Leo Brown was the last driver who finished on the lead lap, the only non-WSR driver to finish on the lead lap last year in 4th position. So
clearly knows his way around this race based on the experience of last year compared to others anyway. But that's all it takes. One lapped car, and Ross McFarlane able to capitalise on a bit of a Caruana mistake. There's plenty more lap cars coming up, so expect to see plenty more incidents like that. And by the way, Andrew McKinley has just got a meatball flag and has had to tow back to pit lane. That is why at turn number 1.
And that's the problem. When you try and make that move through Allard, the car understeers. It goes into the other car. You try to leave the maroon, but it comes to a point eventually, and around you go into the wall. That's not ideal. That's suboptimal there from Andrew McKinley, and that'll be their race done here. Because of course, as always with this event, there are no fast repairs. If you're wondering what I mean, that means that you normally in these special events there's no fast repairs. You have to sit in pit road and wait for your car to get repaired before you can carry on. In some leagues, in some private events, in some championships, you do get that free repair where your car is instantaneously repaired to 100%, but here in this event, not so. And do my eyes deceive me here, Ewan, or is Ross McFarlane pulling away from Caruana?
Well, he's pulling at that elastic band, isn't he? You can sort of look at it like an elastic band in these groups at Thruxton, where the slipstream is keeping them together, but if you can snap that, then it's not coming back again, at least not without a big load of effort behind. And it does look like McFarlane is just trying to get away from Caruana and Leo Brown. And this is where the strategy that you were talking about positively for Leo Brown has a bit of risk to it. And, you know, there's not a place in this field where it doesn't have risk to it, so I'm not saying it's a bad idea. But it means that he's just made a mistake there through turn 1, actually, Brown. So in any case, he's going to be struggling now. He's at the whim of... slow down, sorry. Yeah, you're right. He's at the whim of Caruana. If Caruana loses the draft of McFarlane or just loses some speed and drops away, then Brown is involved in that as well. But he's made his own bed here anyway with that slowdown now.
So easily done. Charlie Devlin trying to move forward and has got Shuma Fukuyama behind right now. And this is for 3rd, 4th, 5th place together. The front two pulled away. I get the feeling with that Audi, with it being a little bit of a longer wheelbase, it's not got the same rotation as the Honda and the Hyundai Veloster, because that's a short wheelbase car as well. But the Honda's chassis is just so well suited to these medium and long speed corners. As down the inside then, Fukuyama, clatters over the curbs and makes that move stick. Beautiful.
Really did clatter over that, especially that first curb. Really climbed over that one and got down the inside of Charlie Devlin and into 4th position. But it's kind of panic stations back here a little bit, because they're in danger of letting the front two get away completely. Because when Leo Brown got that slowdown, he sort of backed himself into these two and they couldn't get past him. So they're all now over a second off those front two, who might well be making a break for it now. So these guys are all sort of working hard to try and get back in the game. And Fukuyama thinks that, well, I've got to try and get myself as far up the field as possible, as close to the front two as possible, to try and get back with them and back into the draft for the race lead.
It was Fukuyama who was actually the quickest in the warm-up session prior to the race, so we know that car's got some speed then with the driver behind the wheel, and certainly showing some good effort moving forward. That's 1 place gained from when they started on this race. Back up Woodham Hill in towards the club chicane again. The front 5 covered by less than 3 seconds then at the front, but as we look further back, the fight for 26th still continues, and it's almost like a bunch of angry hornets all fighting over each other right now.
Yeah, it's the sort of the number to have in a group by the looks of things. There goes Richard Tagas down the inside, and Martin Yanta trying to follow through as well. It is Craig Tardo going the wrong way. Yanta on the inside will back out, actually. He had the space there and he had the position, I think, to get down the inside for that final chicane and take the place, but decides to back out of it. and drop back into 30th position. But again, another 5 or 6 drivers in a group. It's just the way of things at the moment.
As we do carry on here then, already 21 minutes have gone by of this race. It is absolutely flying by as this race. It's been action aplenty all the way through the field. Now, the back of the grid, as there is actually a car coming onto pit road right now. That is car 22. Andy Fox is onto pit road. So that seems very early for a pit stop there. Now, has Andy tried the counter strategy of going for the short stint to start with?
I wonder whether he has. I mean, I personally don't think it's the best idea, really. But we'll find out, I suppose. I mean, you're going to have a heavier car, a heavier fuel load. I mean, I know they wouldn't have burned off too much fuel in the last 20 minutes or so in terms of weight, but nevertheless, that will add up over the course of the next however long it's going to be for him having that disadvantage compared to those he was around before. And it's not like you're going to get into free air, because you make a pit stop and you'll just come out in some other traffic and you'll lose a lap for sure. Andy Fox has done that now. He's a lap down, so yeah, I'm not sure the best idea. I think probably should just run as long as you can, because you're going to have to accept that you're going to always be in traffic in this race.
Hot Wheels Race Team Spectra Flame on board with right now, and Major Monsivas trying as they may to work his way through. In 22nd place has got Ayrton Reutemann, who just lost a place to Malte Schneider in that Lumen Motorsport car. So Ayrton in the Renova competition car having to work the way back forward again. But it's Audi, Hyundai and Honda. These three have pretty much been together for the majority of these early stages of the race. You would think, with the way that the pack has been racing here, that it was a 20-minute sprint race, but it's anything but. It's a 4-hour race.
Right, exactly. That's what I mean about this year's race and last year. If anything, I remember it being a little bit calmer last year than this year. But both times, there were just people fighting right from the very beginning, as if it was a sprint race. And I think it is down to these cars a little bit and what they make you feel, because so often these TCRs are used as sprint racing cars, and we see that time and again as Bob Little goes through the chicane here, and we'll have a very big slowdown because of that. It makes you feel like you've got to get on with it. It makes you feel like you've got to get into the fight, get stuck in, as they say early on. And that's what we're seeing in the first 25 minutes. This is about the point at which a TCR race would end, about now, but they've still got more than 3.5 hours to go.
Yeah, the official race is actually 20 minutes long, so already you would have been packed up, ready to go on to the next race. Now, I'm glad our producer has just messaged us in the production chat here, because I noticed this on my timing software and confused. Andy Fox is showing us on wet tyres.
I have seen erroneous tyre compounds appear on that screen before, is the first thing I'll say. But if he has done that, then why is the first question, I suppose.
Well, for one thing, it's got a larger radius, which actually makes you slower down the straights, which you really do not need down here. Secondly, a wet tyre has got a groove to it, so the rubber moves about. So, yeah, it's great at generating a lot of heat, but it pretty much melts if it's anything but wet. And, it's anything but wet right now. Clear blue skies, 19.6 degrees Celsius, as there's a move down the inside in front, and gain a position in this field. But, wet tyres, interesting choice, shall we say.
Well, the wrong choice, another way of saying it, I suppose. But, and I think that, by the way, the tyre radius is probably the least of his worries at the moment in terms of those wet tyres in these kind of conditions. I think it would be impossible for water to stay on the racetrack, even if it fell right now, for more than a few moments. It is very, very warm, and as you say, we aren't expecting to see any rain at this event. But maybe it is slightly erroneous there, that graphic. I'm not entirely sure.
No, there we go.
No, he is on wet tyre as well. Goodness me. I don't know what he's doing then.
To be honest, I think that car's parked up because it's not going anywhere. Well, no, it is running out there. That's just a screenshot from the pit road when they were on pit road. Well, that's very bizarre. Now, I want to point this out as we look at the carnage going on in the mid-pack. The race leader, Ross McFarlane, now is only a few seconds away from the back of the field. So car 12 is the first one at the back of the field. That's Franco Sanchez Buckley in the number 12 in 53rd place, and that is the back of the field. So from now on, the leader's going to have to start working their way through the pack.
Indeed. And this is where it gets so difficult for those leaders, because initially they're coming ones and twos. Buckley is about a second behind Alvaro Valdes Rick, and then there's nearly 2 seconds to the battle between Sunya and Gerrits. But then the groups get more compressed. I mean, there's a battle for 37th that we were watching not that long ago, the one where Bob Little dropped to the back of a few moments ago. That will be quite something to come through, and McFarlane's only about 15 seconds behind those guys at the moment. So this is the point in the race at which the free air for the leaders is over, and it's now traffic all the way home. And this is what gives this race its character. This is why I must admit, I think more endurance races should happen on very, very small circuits, because I think it's very entertaining.
Well, look at the speed that Ross carries now. Whether that's because the car in front has backed off the throttle, I don't think that they have, you know. McFarlane having to be late on the brakes into the club chicane, launches over the curbs. Now we've got Matt Caruana trying to follow along. And here's the thing, here's a reminder for people watching this event right now. If you're used to Formula 1 where backmarkers have to literally jump out the way of the leaders, in this, blue flags, they're just advisory. It's just a case of there is a faster car coming up behind you, just to make you aware. That's it. Yeah, you may see them choose to get out the way, but they absolutely don't have to. Franco Sanchez Buckley, though, on that occasion did decide to get out the way on the front straight there. You just saw him pull to the right hand side and let Matt Caruana through, although even despite that, the battle is well, I guess not a battle really anymore. It's just over a second between the pair of them now as a result of that little bit of traffic and the general first half an hour that we've seen here today. So this is getting a little bit dangerously large, that gap for McFarlane as far as Matt Caruana is concerned. He's going to have to try and bring that back as quickly as possibly can, because otherwise they might not see McFarlane again. Yeah, that's it. Once McFarlane can break the draft and can pull away and just run at his own pace, that's when he's most dangerous, is Ross. When he can just get out front and just focus on him and him alone, that's it. You might as well say goodbye to him. But Matt Caruana, he's one of the top sim racing drivers here in the UK. He was racing in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain that we were showing on RaceSpotTV this year. He's also raced for the UK in the motorsport games, of course. He raced in Formula 4 in that one. So he's a man of multifaceted skills. And we've got Leo Brown and Charlie Devlin pushing each other along right now here. Bump drafting, I think that's actually not a bad idea, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it, to be honest, in the first half an hour, in terms of trying to stay with the leaders, because the pace at the front has been so strong from the likes of McFarlane and Caruana and Leo Brown early on as well. But now these two working together like this will, hopefully for them, be able to just drag back this margin a little bit. But it's going to be so difficult. I mean, last time round McFarlane did a 14.6. I mean, there weren't many other drivers who were in the 14s. Only Caruana and Michael Polasek, who's still quite a long way down in 13th position, were in the 14s as well. So it's going to take a mammoth effort to try and go even faster than that, as McFarlane does another 14 there, 14.8. These two in the low 15s, but they're only limiting the damage at the moment rather than actually closing the gap that has now been created to the race leader.
I think Caruana's having a bit more issues working his way through the field than Ross McFarlane is right now. I think he's catching the cars at the wrong spots around this track, because, I mean, really, you want to be having having them get out the way where there is a straight. The problem is there's not too many straights around here, is there? It's all turns on this perimeter road. You're actually on an active airfield. It's a private airfield, but it is an active airfield. So the teams and drivers in real world racing, they are limited in how much running they can actually get around here. Just 12 days of racing is allowed around here due to planning legislation and the local council, what they allow.
And if you ever want to have a nice Google about old racetrack layouts, then this one's not a bad place to go. Thruxton, although it hasn't changed since 1968. It looked very different in the 50s, although you can see how today's layout has come out of it. But it used to go up, and I mean, the most hilarious layout to me is the 53 to 64 layout, which goes sort of up and down runways and then around the circuit that we know now. But it does look rather strange from the track map. Just really, really long straights interspersed with some quite fast corners, some of which still exist now.
Yeah, it's a proper old school track, is this. It is a fantastic venue, and you might think, well, it's not really getting the money spent on it. Far from it. That they have to pick and choose where they spend the money. Do the BARC, which of course is the British Automobile Racing Club. So they have to be choosy where they spend their money around this track, because it does get so limited running here. You've got to spend that money wisely. So a few years ago they spent some money on a hospitality venue on the inside of Allard at Turn 1 at pit exit. A few years ago they extended the runoff at Church because of some rather large accidents in the touring cars in the late 2000s and 2010s, so they extended that runoff at Church as well. So they've been making improvements here and there, but in terms of the actual fundamentals of the track design, it's pretty much, as you say, as it was in 1968. Yeah,
and that's you know, one of the things to really appreciate about this circuit, I think, the way that it's been retained, and you know, lots of the reasons for other circuits going away from their previous layouts obviously is safety, but actually the walls are so far away from the racetrack here. It is a circuit where you can have no errors. The circuit's still lined by grass, as you can see through here around the back half of the circuit, but the walls are such a long way away. It's not a particularly dangerous place, even a high speed place, but you know, as far as old fashioned style circuits are concerned, if you go back far enough, it's not particularly one of the dangerous ones. So able to stay with this layout that has been here for so long, and that just gives the circuit so much character, gives so much history. When we look back at this place, look back through the record books, and you can say, well, we did this back 50 odd years ago on the very same layout, and I think that does add something, and you don't get that everywhere you go, certainly.
Now, of course, we are doing an endurance race, which you don't really get anymore around Thruxton here. But back in the 1950s, you did actually have 50s and into the 60s. You did actually have the Thruxton 500, which was a motorbike race. In fact, it lasted until 1973. And the first year, the winner was Mike Halewood and Dan Shorey. Now, Mike Halewood, one of the most famous motorcycle racers of the 1950s, of course, has a corner named after him around Brands Hatch. So it's certainly some big names in the world of motorcycle racing have won that event. And the notes here for the average speed, in the first year it was 66 mile an hour average speed. The last year that they ran it, in 1973, 82.5 miles an hour average speed on a 745 Norton.
And the year before, I'm just looking at the same thing, the year before, 85 miles an hour, even faster. So yeah, that's it's pretty scary. For what, 9 hours was it? For 500, something like that, 500 miles, however long that would take. A pretty fast average speed, and that for some time as well, and on motorcycles as well, which I wouldn't particularly fancy, I've got to say, around here. As you say, a lot of motorcycle racing used to happen around here, and some still does, but that does sound particularly scary.
Yeah, the British Superbike Championship, of course, runs around here. It's one of their big events is the Thruxton race, and they run around here. The British Truck Racing Championship runs around here as well. So can you imagine trucks going around this circuit, limited to 100 miles an hour? Their lap time, their lap record last year, a 1 minute 34. That's still quick.
That is still quick, and I mean, you can barely imagine these trucks are small enough to go around here, to be honest, and actually go side by side. There's a bit of side by side here for 10th place down the back end of the field, or back end of the top 10, I should say. Jaden Scotton holding on to that position. Stephen Hurd going to take Ethan Hamlet's position, and so is Michael Polisek there as well, actually, as Hamlet goes backwards. But yeah, I can't imagine the trucks were doing too much of that side by side through the final chicane.
Yeah, through the final chicane, I think would be a bit of a challenge, absolutely. But certainly, it's interesting if you've never watched truck racing. And when we say trucks, we are meaning heavy goods vehicle trucks racing. It is spectacular, and I know our colleague Chaz Draycott is involved with the European Truck Racing Championship, commentating on that series. So it's impressive what they could do with those machines. It's impressive what we're seeing here today, because Ross McFarlane has pulled out a 2.6 second lead over Matt Caruana right now in the lead of this race. Shuma Fukuyama has moved up 2 places from where they started and are currently on the podium spots in 3rd place. So the top 3 pretty much staying stable now as they're trying to work their way through the field. But this, just at the back end of the top 10, is some intense racing right now, and we're looking at 13th place driver of Ethan Hamlet, with Michael Polisek, Stephen Hurd and Jaden Scotton in 10th place, right at the front of this queue.
Yeah, just having lost those couple of positions there, Hamlet, in the last couple of moments. But I'm sure it'll all change again. Stephen Hurd there was the one having a look at Jaden Scotton and looking for a top 10 place. That's what these guys are fighting for as they come through one of the very few left-handers here at Noble, then into Goodwood. There's no look from the inside from Hurd, so Polisek thinks I'll go down the inside instead, and very nearly got his nose cut off there. Had to back out of that very late on.
Yeah, had to just give a dab of the brakes, and the problem is you lose momentum. Through Church they go, and this is going to give Hamlet the best opportunity then. The run up Woodham Hill once again towards the club chicane. You're braking at about the 50-metre board here. It's a very late braking zone into the club chicane. Launch the car over the first curb. The second and third curbs were lowered and made flatter curbs for the motorbike racing around here, because I remember in the watching the touring cars in the 90s into the 2000s, they were really high curbs, the height of that first curb through the chicane. So they have flattened them down. Does give the stewards a bit of a hard time judging track limits over those flatter curbs, but the rest of the track, where you do have curbs, it's those old school big concrete chunky curbs. Yeah,
it is such a thing that is synonymous with touring car racing. You see touring cars bouncing over those huge curbs. There's a couple of those around here as well, although not in the high-speed sections, thankfully. We steer clear of those through this part of the lap. We currently follow through Church here and towards that final chicane again. Stephen Hurd pretty close to Scotton, who's got a bit of lap traffic up in front. That's not Martin Chico, who's next in line. Scotton deciding which way to go. Outside, inside. In the end, it's inside, but the Hyundai not willingly getting out the way, and then gets right in the way of Stephen Hurd, who won't be pleased about that, and that's an invitation for Polisek to get straight into 11th, and they both flash the lights in displeasure.
And Also, Hamlet coming through as well. So Stephen Hurd almost losing the herd here as it goes through down the field into 13th. Dive down the inside, though. Coming back then. He's not giving this one up, is Stephen. And this is going to allow Michael Polasek the chance to pull away. But yeah, that lap traffic just getting in the way at the wrong time. As now the Wizards team, Simeon Mihalov, is coming through and is caught up to the back of this pack. So a little bit of lap traffic has allowed 14th to get back in the slipstream.
And Pavel Debany is in here as well now. So this group is growing in size dramatically now, as at least 5 of them, if you count Scotland as well, who's just getting away at the moment, then it'll be 6 in here. But obviously lap traffic as well, as you mentioned earlier. Blue flags only advisory, so nothing against the Hyundai for staying in the way here, but it didn't impress the lead lap drivers there whatsoever as they were flashing the light furiously coming towards the line. It's something you have to deal with, though, even if that wasn't the perhaps smartest way to try and let these guys through the final chicane. These, again, things you have to deal with if you're one of the front runners.
It's where you've got to pick and choose your battles, and when you're a lap car, you can... When you're in that situation, you've got a gaggle of cars coming through. He had the whole of Woodham Hill, Brooklands and Woodham Hill, to just breathe off the throttle, allow those cars down the inside, and then slot in at the back of them. That's where that bit of experience and a bit of know-how and racecraft can really come to the fore for drivers further down, because you can actually gain a lot of time doing that rather than just doing one at a time and compromising your line through the club chicane. Further down the field, 32nd right now, Motorsports Factory Yellow, Martin Yainta is currently in that position. Ahead of them is Joe Water and Craig Twardock, who's lost, get this, Ewan, 10 places in this race so far for the TSRC eSports driver. He was one of the drivers I thought would be working his way forward.
Yeah, and unfortunately has just been dropping down the field quite significantly. In fact, one of the most of anybody who hasn't had to stop yet or having crashed yet in this race, alongside Stephen Walker, sadly, has also dropped 10 down to 34th, and it's a little bit further behind in this group. There's Walker, but yeah, Twardock also in this group, which is headed by Taurus Vosberg at the moment for 29th, and sometimes the early stages of the races just go like this. Hopefully for these two guys' sake, they've just been holding on to their tyres early on in this stint, and everybody else been burning through them a little bit quickly, and they'll regain lots of those places and maybe add a few on in the latter half of this stint. And there goes Walker, indeed, getting one of those places back, but it's hard to see that being the scenario right now.
I could tell you from experience at Veloster, when you clatter the curbs like that, it can snap the rear and make it just suddenly jump and go oversteery on you in a way that you don't want it to do. And that's why it can be maybe the car not to choose for this event, whereas the Honda and the Hyundai Elantra, very compliant over the curbs. The Elantra the best, I would say, over the curbs. I want to give a quick mention to, as well as Matthew Mueller, SRN Esports, get this, has gained 34 places, started 55th up to 21st, as Wizards team are onto pit road and they've got a meatball. So wow. Simeon, who we saw fighting for the 13th and above, now onto pit road with a meatball.
Yeah, but was able to drive in, so that's the first time we've seen that tonight. We've seen meatballs. Oh, it's a big one. It's a big one through Church, and Mihalov is unlucky, I think, there. Caught up with somebody in front, just gets into the back of them, and that's a very harsh meatball, I would say. I'll have to try and... I'm sure it won't be such a long repair, so I'll have to try and incorporate this into his strategy for the rest of the day.
They've actually changed drivers, so they're one of the few teams that actually have more than one driver driving in them, so it's been a change of driver. This is lap traffic, by the way, in front of them. It's that Honda. Again, as we've been pointing out all the way through, it's up to the faster car behind to make the move safely, and I would actually say that's the Wizards team car, just not taking into consideration the car in front's pace off of the corner.
Yeah, I apologise. I thought that was just a spin on its own, that lap car, but actually no, that was Mihalov getting into the back of the car in front, spinning it around straight into himself. So he's rather had that blow back in his own face there, unfortunately, and they get a meatball as a result. That's still being repaired. It's Alexander Rudiak who is going to take over there, if indeed they are to re-emerge at some point later on this afternoon. But yeah, that was a self-instigated incident there, I'm afraid, which is going to cost them dearly in this race.
As we continue to look at these fights through the field, it's still your race leader, Ross McFarlane, for WSR Esports. Now, he is 3.8 seconds clear of your race leaders. Craig Twardock is onto pit road right now. That seems a little early for me for a scheduled pit stop. So, Craig will have to see. No meatball flag for them. So, the TSR Esports car taking tyres as well as fuel, so deciding that now's the time to actually to make a pit stop and to get that service done.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we're not that far short of the hour. I'm assuming they can go to the end on one more stop, if I'm correct. 3 hours 13 to go.
It'll be 2 stops in total, I think. There's 85 litre fuel tank on these cars.
Yeah. So should still be fine, but as you say, probably too early for a scheduled one, unless they've changed on the fly here. Not out of damage, but out of the scenario in this race. And you mentioned it earlier. One of the teams and drivers who've been going down the field quickest in terms of losing places from the start. Maybe this is a move to try and counter that, but Twardock exits the pit lane all the way down in 51st position. There's only 2 cars running lower down than that.
Yeah, the wet tyre experiment for Andy Fox has not paid off. He's back onto pit road, having taken a tour, so he's got meatball damage on that car. So I think that one has now been done and dusted. So James Forster just losing out position there in that Star Racing Team outfit, 31st behind Taurus Forsberg in the SRB Motorsport car. So again, another really close fight here, because we've got Motorsport Factory Yellow behind Martin Yanta, and Grid Up Sim Racing Alexander Cortez there in this fight as well, all fighting for the latter places of, well, I say latter places, the midfield, because it was a 60 car grid.
Yeah, almost exactly midfield in this race, which is just remarkable to say, isn't it? 60 car field to begin with here this afternoon. Not all of them are going to get to the finish, obviously, but it's going to still feel very, very busy indeed. Is that the race leader, by the way? It's not the race. Oh, it is. It is the race leader of McFarlane coming through here at the moment. So he's extending his gap further over Matt Caruana with efficiency through traffic like this. And you mentioned traffic as one of the reasons why McFarlane was getting further away earlier. Well, I think that's being underlined here by just watching him here. This is a daunting group to try and come through for a race leader, but he's just picking them off so easily and so efficiently that Caruana just can't seem to match this at the moment.
Although he's saying that, but Ross has been struggling a little bit to get through this group of cars because they are fighting for that position, although very wide there for the Audi, getting out of the way of McFarlane. So a little bit easier, Taurus Vosberg making life for Ross McFarlane, but Matt Caruana has caught up a little bit of time. It's now just 2.1 seconds. It was over 4 seconds just a couple of laps ago. So Caruana with the traffic, but the problem is now he's got to get through this same traffic.
Yeah, exactly, and I just can't see him doing it as efficiently as that, although he did struggle with the last couple, especially there, McFarlane. I just can't see Caruana coming through at the same rate, to be honest. But we'll see. Gap just under 2.5 seconds at the moment. Did get down to 2 when McFarlane was in that really heavy traffic, but I think at this stage, well, there's a very long way to go. The only thing that is going to trip up McFarlane from now to the end is traffic, and that is going to help Caruana. he won't have to make one of those passes because that car clipping the grass on the way towards turn 2, going straight on there through the chicane.
Yeah, not the ideal line to take into Campbell there. So off went the Honda, and Caruana had one less car to worry about here. Looking further back here then, this is still Ethan Hamlet and Stephen Hurd, Michael Polasek and Jaden Scotton. This fight for 10th place, they've been at each other's throats pretty much for 51 minutes. Yeah,
pretty much. There's so many groups like this as well up and down the field where that has been the case for the first 50 minutes. We've seen so many of these fights remaining throughout, as you can see on the right hand side there. Alexander Rudiak coming back out onto the racetrack again after nearly 7 minutes into pit lane, so good to see teams carrying on despite big trouble. There's Matthew Mayer, who's come through the field 38th places now, so 17th, but the reason why he started so far back there is because he actually didn't get a lap in qualifying, and I think he's showing here just how important it is, because he's got some clearly good speed, but he's had to make his way all the way up to 17th, and he's nearly over 40 seconds off the race lead as a result of having to make so many overtakes so far.
And that's the downside of not getting that qualifying in, and it was so easy for people to make a mistake through that final chicane in particular to invalidate a lap time, and so difficult task for them to get the qualifying done and to get a good lap time in. Here comes Impact Ignite, hoping not making an impact on the Liquimolly liveried car in front of them. This is 15th and 16th, with 17th right there as well. SRN, they want even more places, does Matthew. He's working his way through the field, and it's too wide then, 2 Hondas, door handle, a little bit of rubbing there, and the SRN car says thank you very much. That's 39 places gained.
Yeah, what a remarkable run from Mayer, really is. 16th position now, and John Babineau just in front of the locked-in racing team is surely next on the list here for 15th position. In fact, the momentum that he's got right now, you wouldn't bet against him going for it into this final chicane on this lap. He's already threatening. Babineau, seeing the threat, pulls it over in defence, and that's strong and smart driving from him to do that straight away. On the inside, he brakes too late though, and Matthew Mayer gets to the top 15.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful move from the Canadian then. Little up and under, go to the outside, cut back on the inside into the chicane, and he's away, he's off. See you later, chaps. I'm going forward, I'm going for 14th now. Absolutely sensational move into the chicane.
Yeah, just fantastic stuff from Mayer. And again, he'll be ruined the fact he couldn't qualify there, couldn't get a lap in during qualifying, because he's clearly got great speed. And but then again, we wouldn't have got him to see him come through the field in the way that he has, so we can be thankful for that. But already racing away from this group, Nate Spreck holds this 16th place for now, but under severe threat again. Struska tries to get past, and Etten Butcherman as well, and John Pabineau's got back into this group. Behind him, Brett Gardner, Jake Cummings. It's a very large group still, even while Mayer has left them behind.
I will just point out that Charlie Devlin and Shuma Fukuyama are battling it out for 3rd place right now, as well, as we look at this this fight further down in the teens right now. So moving positions. In fact, Future Glass Motorsport, Charlie Devlin up into 3rd place now. So a gain of a position for Charlie in the number 4 car as we go through Allard once again on the power, and it's at this stage that the drivers' front tyres will be absolutely screaming. They'll be feeling awful, the understeer that they'll be getting on power out of corners. I'll give you an example. The fastest lap of the race by Ross McFarlane is a 1:13.9, and that's what he set. Leo Brown actually has the fastest lap of the race of a 13.7. Compare that to Ross, last lap of 15.1. So, what's that, 1.2 seconds slower so far?
Yeah, Yeah, and it's set to get worse as well before it gets better, and the tyres can be changed at the first pit stops of the afternoon. By the way, on the previous lap, not the previous one but the one before, Devlin and Fukuyama definitely had something going on in their fight that you referenced, because Devlin had and that's 2 laps in a row where Devlin's lap time hasn't counted, so he must be racking up the incident points. But Fukuyama's time was a 1:19, which is way slower than what you should expect. So there's some story to tell there, and they're ever further away now from the race leader now in 3rd and 4th. They're over 12 seconds back.
We have a black flag for Project 91 Racing Team. Raul Hernando then in the 191, 25th place for them, and they're going to have to head on to pit road, do a drive-through penalty, which really actually doesn't cost you too much time here, because you're going around the inside of the pit lane, and that is very much cutting the corner, so to speak, because the pit straight is not very straight here. It's a curve all the way through, so you are coming out on the inside of turn number 1, so it's not the worst pit lane to have to do a drive-through through.
No. You'd pick this if you got the choice in a season, but even so, in the course of this race, you want to try and avoid it as best you possibly can. But it might well be impossible, to be honest. Only 20 incident points in this race until you get a drive-through means very limited chances for you to sort of make those errors, have those contacts with other cars, and still get away with it, to be honest, in terms of staying away from penalties. But you never know. Let's see how they go over the course of this race. See how many we get later on. But the way that it's been so far, I expect to see quite a few. It's been everything we'd expect, really, and perhaps more. It's worrying in an endurance race that the early part of the race is going to be quiet because they're all saving everything, tyres and fuel, but that certainly hasn't been the case so far.
Yeah, I think people have forgotten that this is an endurance race because of the fact that they're driving TCRs. As soon as you're getting behind the wheel of a TCR, it's just, we're going to have the cut and thrust of sprint racing, and that's not the case here. Patrick Galick then for Mist Apex Motorsport, the Austrian driver coming through Allard once again through the sweeping left and then into the complex. Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. For those of you old enough to remember the touring cars in the 90s, this was Rickard Rydell's favourite section of track, because he would always find a way to get past people through the complex, either on the inside into Campbell or around the outside of Campbell into the inside of Cobb. So he always had a way of working his way past people there.
Sorry to say that I'm not old enough to join in with that conversation about the 90s, so sorry. But no, I mean, I always enjoy watching the cars through there. I think it is it's obviously great for overtaking. It's something that always fascinates me, actually. Well, it doesn't fascinate me, I suppose, but it interests me, is about how you can make chicanes interesting on circuits that would otherwise be dangerous, if you see what I mean. And perhaps that corner would, if it was just the perimeter, would be, if you were to cut out that as a chicane, perhaps this part would be as well. But the key thing always for me when I think about these things, how do you make it interesting rather than just a sort of chicane? To be honest with you, I'm not sure they've quite achieved it with the final chicane, but with that first one through the first part of the lap, I think they have made it interesting, made it raceable, very raceable, and it is fun to watch through there.
Maple T Racing Team are on to pit road, and they are having a change of driver, so change up for them. Andy Fox, the man who went out on wet tyres, is back out on track, this time on the correct tyres, on slick, so they will carry on out there. And Andy is way off, 13 laps down, but crucially he's going to finish the race, and that's Leo Brown. That was one of your top drivers from this early stages of the race. Remember, set an equal lap time in qualifying, dropping down the order. That was through Goodwood.
Yeah, he was already spinning around quite dramatically, and then he took a further dive off to the left. It looked like into the wall for a moment, but now look at that. he just didn't give the space by looks things to the Elantra on the outside, or did he get turned in too? That's what he might argue, but difficult to tell really. It seemed maybe like a meeting of the two, but spins across the front of that TCR, and from that angle, as I say, looked like he was diving towards the wall. I mean, I think that's very difficult to tell, because the actual spin itself happens because of the initial contact, from which point they're sort of on a course that they're not entirely in control of.
I think that Leo could have maybe just hugged the inside a little bit better. Just, it's easy to say from our commentary position right now, but just maybe not putting down the power quite as much as he did do. Of course, we don't know what his tyre life is like at the moment. We've got 3 cars on pit road. We've got TechSport Sim Team Red with Brett Gardner, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Alex Rogers, and the JC Academy. That's Jaden Scotton on pit road right now. So those drivers deciding that this is the time to make a pit stop. JC Academy, now if I'm correct, that team is the team which Jay Collis races for, who of course is pretty much Mr. Touring Cars, TCRs in iRacing. Yeah, and trying to see what... just so many coming down pit lane at the moment. It's hard to keep up with just on the hour mark. In fact, Leo Brown and Michael Polisek both in after 49 laps, so we're over the hour mark and we are seeing some stops, and this is where it all explodes on the racetrack as well. You'd think because there's slightly fewer on there it would just seem a little bit quieter, but actually there's people coming in, people rejoining, and that means that new battles are being created, sometimes very brief ones, all of the time, and that's what you see in the top of your screen at the moment. If you're wondering how long a drive-through penalty takes, by the way, cone to cone, now that doesn't include slowing down and then speeding up for pit road, 9.7 seconds to traverse pit road here, so it's a short pit lane here at Thruxton. It always has been. And the garages are proper old-school garages. They've got the garage doors, like you'd find on a semi-detached house. That's got a garage, so it's the cost-effective garages, shall we say. They're quite narrow. In fact, the British Touring Car Grid, they don't actually use the garages here. They set up awnings behind the garages because they are quite small here at Thruxton. But yeah, drivers getting back out onto the racetrack, and we'll carry on. But Leo Brown, I think, is a big loser in all of that. Interesting for me to see JC Academy 34 seconds in the box compared to the 44-45 seconds we've been seeing from everybody else getting a full service. So is that maybe just taking front tyres perhaps, or a lighter fueler?
Might be both. I'm not entirely sure why, but they've certainly taken a shorter pit stop. There's no doubting about that. Where's it going to bring them out as well? Well, it's brought them out at the moment 6 seconds in front of Leo Brown and Michael Polisek, who are together now because of that recent issue for Brown, and Andrew Rackstraw just with them as well. His pit stop was about the same length, but 2 laps ago compared to the ones that we've just seen. So this is going to be the time in the race where people are coming in all of the time here. It's going to be hard to really get a proper handle on the order now until the final hour of this race, maybe even later.
I could tell you Jaden Scotton a 1:14.9 for Jaden, so that tells you the effect of having fresh tyres around a track that's got a significant track temperature. Car 6 is at a standstill. Car 19's running slow, so something's happened out there. I can see on my personal track map. Car 19 now at a stand at the chicane, and it's Alex Rogers who had just been on pit road. Oh dear, and that's what's happened.
Another meeting of cars down towards the final chicane again. We saw this in the very opening of this race. These cars getting a slight bit of contact with very big consequences on the way towards the final chicane, and that's what we've seen there again here. So that is a shame, and that is how races could end potentially further down the field there, because those are high-speed contacts with the wall.
So big drama then further down your field. And still, we're awaiting for the leaders to come onto pit road. We are past the hour mark and almost into the pit wall there at Shuma Fukuyama. My goodness, that would have been a massive accident if they'd have made contact with the tyres at the end of pit road, as a number of drivers now deciding that this is their time onto pit road as well. But that's the first of the front five onto pit road right now for Scuderia Fermata.
Yeah, and we'll see how long it takes for the likes of Devlin and Caruana and McFarlane to respond now to these stops that have been happening for those a little bit further down in the top five and just outside of it as well. Fukuyama still down in pit lane at the moment, going past the 33 seconds that Jaden Scotton has done already. Now, does that mean that Scotton's actually going to be ahead here? I'm entirely sure he's close enough for that, but he will be moving up the field, as we know, quite dramatically as well, I'd say, over the course of these next few moments. In fact, that's the longest stop we've seen so far from anybody inside the top 33. Not everybody's made those stops yet, of course, but of those who have stopped, that's a very, very long one.
Yeah, 47 seconds then, but full tank of fuel and 4 fresh tyres will feel so good. For the first 10-15 minutes of this stint right now, it'll feel absolutely fantastic for that car, and you'll be thinking, where's all this grip? Where did that all disappear? And then after that 15 minutes, you've used the best of the tyres. That's a car trying to get onto pit road, and that's what can happen if you're too close to the car in front as they make a dive for pit road. You've got to be careful.
Yeah, and if you're the driver coming in, you've got to communicate as well, because it's impossible for the driver behind to really understand that you are coming in, and very difficult for them to react as well when they realise that you are. I mean, it's such a small amount of time between actually getting on the power through that final turn, coming out of the final corner, the final chicane there, and then coming into the pit lane, because you're pretty much not on the power at all there. You're just turning hard right straight into the lane, and it means that as I say, you have not got very much time to react at all. The Salvatore Guelli here coming through that final chicane there you see the entrance as we ride on board there on the right hand side. It's very, very narrow on the way in there. The pit lane is pit entry is so short. It's always a point of contention, and always has been around it. We're going to be seeing this on many occasions today with the amount of stops that we're going to be seeing.
I remember going back to 2016 in the British Touring Car Championship. Matt Neal in the Honda had a puncture, was trying to get across the track into pit road as Ash Sutton and Josh Cook were coming through in the MGs, if people remember those, and there was a massive incident, and Matt Neal went on a huge rant about how these drivers, these young drivers show no respect and don't know how dangerous it is, and that. Then went on and apologised about an hour later because he'd watched the replay by that point and gone, oh, actually, they didn't have a clue I had a puncture.
Yeah. We always see it, don't we, with these sort of, especially happens in sim racing as well. The reactions straight after the fact are always very, very severe. Sometimes they don't need to be. Once you've sat down and watched the incident again and you've watched everything, you realise actually, probably didn't need to go quite so hard there on that. And it's a thing with motorsport and sim racing. One of those things that are in common. Sometimes you can get out the car and be quite hot-headed.
Yes, he certainly can, as Ross McFarlane this lap has actually had a slow-down penalty through the final chicane, so even the best drivers can make that mistake through the chicane and just cut just that little bit too much, and it can cost you a little bit of time. 6 seconds, 5.5 seconds should I say, sorry, is the gap between the WSR esports driver Ross McFarlane, who is on lap 56 of his stint right now, still not coming onto pit road. Matt Caruana also on lap 56 of his stint. All of the front 9 have yet to make their pit stop. 10th place, the Scuderia Fermata car is the first car that has pitted, and I can tell you that Shuma Fukuyama, a 14.9 is his last lap. With those fresh tyres, it just shows what that... Yeah, it's a heavier car that he's got right now, but those fresh tyres have such an effect around here.
Yeah, fastest lap among those ahead of him there, so we'll be just closing in a little bit, but obviously has to pay for that again later when the others come into pit lane. The longer he's out there, the more his tyres are going to wear away, and the bigger the advantage for the others by the time that they come out of the pit lane, whenever they decide to make their stop. And in Ross McFarlane's case, I would imagine that that's at least 10 minutes away, but we'll wait and see on that. The key thing here is just to stay calm for Fukuyama, because it's very easy once you come out on new tyres, having been on such old tyres previously, to come out and think, wow, I've got all the grip in the world, and you can burn through them too quickly and pay for it later. So that's the key thing at the moment. He's going to be faster than the guys ahead anyway. That's going to take care of itself. He doesn't actually need to try, really, to go faster than the others because of the tyre situation. But what he does have to try to do is make sure those tyres are still going to be with him by the end of the stint.
We did see, just at the end of that last lap, Martin Chico making the move for fourth place over Daniel Ferguson in that SART XMC Mirage 3 i600, catchy team name, the RAF inspired paint job on that car in the car 600, and up into fourth place as third place Charlie Devlin onto pit road right now. Future Class Motorsport deciding this is the time to make that pit stop.
Yeah, lap 57, so 5 laps after Fukuyama and 8 after Leo Brown, Michael Polasek, who came in on the same lap together. So it's a very wide pit window here because there's such short laps. We can see this where there's very rarely 2 drivers in the same battle at the front of the field coming in at the same time. It's very much spread across the field. Devlin tricking up to 40 seconds here. Wait to see how long this stop is actually going to be for him.
I think Ross is going to come onto the pit road this time. I think he is... Oh, no, he's not. He's staying out. Because I did notice off screen that he did actually, on my map, let a lap car go by. So I thought he was heading to pit road. But, yeah, Devlin out of pit road. 48.7 seconds in the box for him. So slightly longer than Fukuyama. Yeah,
but I think this is because the longer they're going, the more space they've got for more fuel to put in. But, I mean, it doesn't really make sense why they do that, because they didn't go to the end of the tank on this occasion. Why would they end up doing it for the next one? I don't really understand. But there you go. They are filling up pretty much all the way up to the top anyway, even though it feels to me like that's a little bit of wasted weight. Devlin 5 seconds behind Fukuyama here after that stop. A second and a half of that was the actual stop time itself, but that's quite a lot to gain in terms of the undercut on tyres as well. Maybe he's playing his way towards the podium here, Fukuyama, maybe towards the top 2.
Well, as I mentioned in the warm-up, he was the fastest driver out there, so he's got pace, that is for sure. It's how things pan out in terms of strategy, in terms of traffic. It could well be that people are taking earlier pit stops because they've come up to a gaggle of cars that are all fighting for position as well. And you might say, do you know what? I'm pitting now, getting myself into maybe a little bit of clearer air. Although right now, if you could see a track map, you would see that there's not really any clear air anymore around this track. It's just a constant stream of cars out there. But we are an hour and 15 minutes into this race, and this is the fight. 40 seconds, Sam White in that white motorsports car onto the brakes into the club chicane, not able to make the move on the car in front. So that is the barrier inspection crew. Andrew Peddy, I like the team name by the way of that, in 40th place. He's trying to fight with us. Boosted Benjamin Gregory is out of pit road in that red and white Vauxhall-inspired paint.
A very good team there. But this is a classic Thruxton battle now, this one between Sam White and Andrew Peddy, who's just up in front for the barrier inspection crew, because they're just 2 drivers of a big group, most of whom are not on the same lap as each other. These two that we're following at the moment are 2 laps down, for example, the fight that we're following. But they're in amongst, as I say, drivers who are, might be 1 lap down, might be on the lead lap still at this stage, might be many laps down. I mean, Andy Fox is still going 14 laps down, for example, and there are going to be some who reappear many laps down to try and just finish up this race here this afternoon. So this is starting to get to the sort of middle. We're almost a third of the way, and we're going to get to the middle third very soon, where this sort of thing really happens very often, where there's 2 drivers fighting in a much larger group of people on different laps all across the board.
I think Ross McFarlane has actually been struggling a little bit with lap traffic because he's on older tyres, because he's coming up to cars that have been on pit road and have got fresher tyres. So the car behind, the Pro Racing Simuladores car, Nicholas Pimenta, they are currently in 48th place. They've been on pit road, so they've got fresher tyres than Ross McFarlane in front of them, the race leader.
Yeah, it's proven to be a bit of an issue, this lap traffic on newer tyres compared to what Ross McFarlane is. Although, to be fair, for McFarlane's part, he is doing a very good job on these sort of older tyres, holding on to the gap that he is, holding on to the lap times that he is, still in the mid-15s, is very impressive compared to lots of those around. All he's got to do at the moment, limiting the damage that Fukuyama and Devlin especially can do to him, and then he can start to repay that soon. But I wouldn't be surprised to see lots of these guys who haven't stopped yet in soon. If we're saying this will be a 2-stop race this afternoon, then to my mind, why not split it into equal thirds of an hour and 20 each and sort of even out the tyre wear across the board?
I have seen that we've got a question in the chat asking if we've got any South Africans on the grid here. From a glance at the entry list, I can't see any. So that's not so lekker for you guys there, not to be represented. But Canada is well represented. John Lawson then, who's jumped into the SRN esports car. That's been the most impressive of the field. Change of driver, but not a change in form. That's up 41 places now, jumping ahead of Heike 360, who's yet to pit. Matt Caruana onto pit road from 2nd place.
Now this might turn the alarm bells for McFarlane. I think Caruana was foreseeing what I was just saying there, that the race leader might well split this into thirds and thinks, well, I'll at least get myself a lap then of an undercut here. While the guys behind like Fukuyama and Devlin have gone for multiple laps, he's going to go for just the one by the looks of things. Lap 62, Caruana comes in. That's a full 10 laps after Fukuyama, by the way, and he's been gaining at least a second a lap on since then. Wouldn't be surprised to see him ahead of Matt Caruana very soon. Martin Chico also coming in. He's been running in the top 10 for some time as well.
So here we go, big decisions now to be made as Ethan Hamlet yet to pit, Daniel Ferguson yet to pit, go past pit road, and Caruana is still on pit road, comes off the jacks, waiting to get the fuel finishing being filled, and that Audi is now going to be coming out of pit road, and I can tell you that Fukuyama is coming out of the final corner right now, so I think he'll just stay ahead right now, but it'll be tight actually on pit exit. There's Fukuyama coming around now, neck and neck it's going to be, but it's going to be just staying ahead for the Audi. But Caruana under some intense pressure because of course his tyres are not up to temperature yet. It takes a couple of laps.
And between them, by the way, Jake Cummins is there in the purple, who hasn't stopped yet at all. So he's in the middle of all this. But yeah, I'm surprised it was so close, to be honest. In a sense, I thought Fukuyama would be way in front by this point. Not only because of the time that he would have gained with that undercut in terms of the tyres, but his stop was a good 8 seconds, 7.5 seconds shorter than what we saw from Matt Caruana anyway as well. So clearly the gap to the front two from the rest was actually bigger than I thought earlier on. But yeah, Caruana manages to hold on just about, and that will settle Ross McFarlane's nerves. Maybe Ross is going to actually go even deeper into this race now as a result. He knows it very intimately how big of a gap he had over Caruana, and he knows therefore how long he'll be able to stay out there and just stretch out this first stint a little bit further if he wants to.
I could tell you how much of a gap Ross McFarlane has, because he can look forward and see the drivers that are fighting in the top positions. McFarlane onto pit road from the race lead right now. So WSR Esports are onto pit road. Ross McFarlane deciding that 64 laps is all that he could get out of his tyres and his fuel.
Yeah, or maybe all he decides he wants to go. Well, maybe if forced to, he could have gone further, but he decides now is the moment to come in and change those tyres. So up on the jacks, and tyres changed. Will he be followed by his teammate Daniel Ferguson? I wonder. Looks like it. That looks like Ferguson in the background, who's coming in here along with a lot of others. There we go. Ferguson's in as well. So feel that all coming in here pretty much after 64 laps of this race. By the way, that for the first third of the race, that's making up very good time indeed. We'll see whether we can be on course for a quicker race than last year, set by Alexander Davidson, of course.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they can do in terms of number of laps for this race. Well, there goes McFarlane out of pit road. He's feeding out nicely onto the inside of turn 1, right as your leaders are coming through in terms of the M Esports car of Matt Caruana, and right there, just a second or so back from him, is Shuma Fukuyama. So to talk you through your field then, WSR Esports, Ross McFarlane leads. It's about a 5.5 second lead that he's got, but he has got tyre advantage right now over the cars behind him, and we've seen how much the tyres can affect lap times, so expect him to go a little bit quicker now that he's out of pit road. Caruana second for M Esports. He's 5 seconds back from Ross, with Shuma Fukuyama in that Scuderia Fermata car in third place. Then Future Class Motorsport, Charlie Devlin, not that far behind actually of Fukuyama. He is in fourth place ahead of the JC Academy car. Jaden Scotton up 6 places from where they started into 5th place. Team Bennett Academy, of course, we saw had that incident with Leo Brown going off track after having an incident, getting caught up with some lap traffic, down to 6th place for them after starting on the front row of the grid. Maple T Racing Team, 7th place. Andrew Ruckshaw currently behind the wheel for them. WSR Esports, Michael Polasek, who has moved his way back through, has actually gained a place from where he started up into 8th place right now, and it's his teammate of Lucas Lodato in 9th, down 2 places from where they started in the WSR Esports number 472. SRN Esports, the biggest movers by far in the field right now. John Lawson behind the wheel of their car, listen to this, gained 45 places right now in this race, so big movers for SRN Esports. Cars out of the race, we lost Hydra Racing Forces, W2 ePro GP, we lost Vesta Sport Blue with that big incident in turn number 1. Whiskins Racing, Neil Rocks is out of the race as well. Yes Racing, I do believe, is actually back out on... No, they're not. They've retired their car as well. Locked In Racing on pit road and parked up. And Franco Sanchez Buckley sat on pit road, still getting repairs done to the car. And Paddy Power, the Thomas Berlin car, on pit road with a mechanical warning flag. As well as Tech Sport Sim Team White. They've just finished a long pit stop, but they're back out of pit road. So some big teams and cars involved further down your field in incidents. But that's how things stand right now. And Ewan, 2 hours and 35 minutes to go in this race right now. If you're one of those top teams, we've seen them absolutely brimming the cars, so they wanted to just go for another long stint again of that, 64 laps, and then just do a splash and dash to the end, whereas others are thinking about splitting the race up more evenly. Yeah,
I must admit, I don't understand quite the brimming the tanks strategy. If we understand and all agree that this race is going to be conducted with 2 pit stops and therefore 2 tyre changes as well. Why you wouldn't want to evenly spread that into hour and 20 chunks evenly on the tyres, I don't know. And therefore what you can do with fuel is obviously start with the full amount of fuel, but then you don't need to bring it all the way through either pit stop, because you don't need all that fuel for just an hour and 20. You can definitely have a slightly shorter pit stop as a result of that, not quite taking all the fuel on that occasion, and therefore then you get a lighter car as well, and that will make a marginal difference. So I must admit, I'm not quite understanding why there's consensus among so many to try and brim the tanks. Maybe there is a good reason for it, and there must be, I suppose, because so many have been doing it, but it doesn't seem to make sense to me to have a longer pit stop, to have a heavier car for no real gain as far as I can see.
I mean, it does give you a bit of flexibility, as we're looking at this fight for 9th place right now, by the way. SRN Esports, who are on lap 19 of their stint, compared to WSR Esports behind, who are on lap 4 of their stint. So different strategies at play here between these two, but SRN certainly have been the biggest movers of the field. But yeah, it's an interesting one, because, as you say, if you start the race with a full fuel tank, you're giving yourself flexibility in terms of strategy. You're giving yourself that opportunity to think, okay, if we get caught up in some traffic and it's about an hour and 20 minutes into the race, yeah, take the pit stop as there's WSR Esports down the inside into the club chicane. Not going to get the move done on SRM, but they're going to be compromised now through the exit of the club chicane, and that's a nice move. Then down the inside as Bruno Reyes as well joining in this fight. This is 9th, 10th and 11th all together on track right now. Very close on the exit of Allard. Almost contact, but sorting themselves out as they head into the complex once again. But good racing in your field here. This is what we found last year, isn't it, Ewan? That there's always some racing going on throughout the field at some point in this race.
Exactly, yeah. Always something to watch over the course of the 4 hours. Not always a leading fight, certainly, but always a fight somewhere in the field, that is for sure. Lucas Lodato there, by the way, very nearly made it 3 wide coming towards the complex, which would have been quite something, but there you go. Again, underlying what you were just saying, here's another fight, 14th place, this one, headed by Corey Lobner, just in front of Etten Reutemann, and Brett Gardner's in here as well. And again, what I was saying earlier on, repeating here, the amount of lap cars around here on multiple different laps just makes these battles so much more interesting as well, as they have to fight through all of this. I mean, listed the retirements there, but we've still got 53 running in this race, which is still making it very, very busy indeed. That's still an average of a car appearing every sort of 1.2 seconds on average around the circuit.
I love it when you can get a fact like that in and just how often cars will be on average passing by spot on the track. Bruno Reyes then in that SART XMC Mirage 3 i600. I do like the paint, by the way. The roundel on the side of it, and the camouflage paint on this Honda certainly does look good around here at this. Of course, it's a former World War II air base. This, of course, is Thruxton, RAF Thruxton. It was back in the day. The RAF and the USA Air Force were involved in this one, including taking off gliders and aircraft involved in the D-Day landings as well. So it was, with it being on the southern part of the UK in Hampshire, an ideal spot for an RAF base in that era. And as is the case with so many former air bases, people decided after the war, let's go motor racing, Ewan, and a number of our tracks in the UK are former RAF bases.
Yeah. I was just going through thinking about which ones weren't, because I thought that would be quicker, to be honest, than trying to think about
Knockhill.
Knockhill and Brands.
Donington.
Yeah. If there's a hill in it,
Brands Hatch, yeah.
And
Alton Park.
Yeah, well, maybe it would have been quicker to go the other way around. I don't know. I was just thinking about sort of Silverstone, Snetterton here. Maybe a stop there, but yeah, it's something that was quite common in that time to convert once it wasn't needed anymore as an airbase to convert it into a racetrack, and I think that's just about as good a use as you can get with the land. I'm certainly not complaining. Some great racetracks around the UK have been created as a result of that. It does slightly take away from one of the things that's quite important on a racetrack, which is sort of elevation change, which can be very important for making a racetrack entertaining. But those circuits do a decent enough job, especially in Thruxton and Silverstone's case, I think, of making it interesting. I can't say I'm a massive fan of Snetterton, to be honest, but they are always handicapped a little bit, these circuits, by the fact they don't have any hills around for elevation change.
I'm going to sound like a grumpy old man right now, but it's that point of the broadcast where I say about Snetterton. Snetterton was a fantastic circuit until Jonathan Palmer got his hands on it. As soon as he got his hands on it, he went and built made the changes to the circuit to create that infield section on the 300 layout. Before that, you used to have a wonderful flowing circuit. You'd go through the first turn into the second turn, which would be a flowing right-hander rather than the tight hairpin style right-hander that you have now on the 200 layout. It was effectively the 200 layout was what Snetterton used to be, but it was, rather than being that hairpin style rather than the nasty left-hander onto the back straight, it was a nice sweeping right-hander, carry the speed down the back straight in towards the left and right-hander, and then you go through the end of the lap pretty much as it is now, as we're seeing the action on field. But yeah, Snetterton got ruined by Jonathan Palmer, in my opinion.
I mean, I got to say, I don't mind that hairpin as a thing. I mean, I know to drive it's very clunky, that hairpin into a left-hander. I agree, by the way, the 200 layout is much better than the 300 in terms of a layout, but none of them are particularly great. I must say, I do prefer that you mentioned the final turns there. That it's obviously a slight change. I do prefer the way it is now slightly, but yeah, it's not my favourite racetrack in the UK. I think it's fair to say, Snetterton.
What is?
I think I'd probably go Silverstone. Right? It's very basic, isn't it? But I just think it is the best one.
Me personally, Alton Park, every day of the week. You've got the undulation of the track. I mean, Joe Winkelhock, former British Touring Car champion, and of course, famous driver in the BMW Team Schnitzer outfit back in the day. Smoking Joe, as he was known, because he would literally be smoking in the pit lane, even though it said no smoking. He called Alton Park a mini Nürburgring. Because of the undulation change, because of the tree-lined nature of the circuit as well. They've trimmed back at a bit of the trees recently to create a bit more runoff in key areas, which was needed. A bit of rubbing there, and down the inside, well, lightning by turn 6, a little bit of rubbing there. Not ideal to be doing that on the entry into Church, as there's the WSR car coming through to put latch on them as well. That's not your race leader of Ross McFarlane, it's one of the others there. It's the 45, so that's the 8th place car of Michael Polasek. But yeah, these two fighting it out in towards the bottom end of the field.
Yeah, they are right towards the back end of the field here. James Forster trying to get through here into 42nd position. These guys 2 laps down, not far away from going 3 down actually in this race, which is really testament to showing really just how stretched out the field can really get. We're not even halfway through yet here in the 4 hours of Thruxton this afternoon. But yeah, another one of these groups where there's 2 drivers fighting in amongst a whole sea of other drivers who are on different laps, and I say not in the too distant future. Ross McFarlane will be up to the back of them, putting them another lap down again.
You mentioned earlier on about how this race is it's actually quite a fun race because it's on a short track. I would love to see something around the Donington National or the Silverstone National layout with touring cars. I mean, Silverstone National, you're doing a lap time in under a minute around there. Brands Indy, of course, if you had 60... Right, so when I used to race in touring car leagues, especially the British Sim Racers Touring Car Championship in the Kia Optima, you mentioned the Kia earlier, we one time started the season, started at Brands Hatch Indy with a 62 car grid.
Did you have space for them all?
And it was open qualifying as well.
Yeah, oh God.
Good luck trying to find a space in that.
Well, indeed. I was about to say, that's a car less than every second passing you by. So, yeah, I can imagine. I mean, how great. But, I mean, maybe this is just the way that my brain works, because I like endurance racing far more than sprint racing. Imagine a 4-hour race there. Even 4 hours, not that long for an endurance, really. Imagine 4 hours, 6 hours, 60 cars, Brands Indy. Be madness. Be very entertaining, I think.
We'll have to petition iRacing or something like that, maybe rotate. I mean, I can understand why they've picked Thruxton for this event. One, first of all, it is such a fun track. And I will say it is partly my fault that we have Thruxton in iRacing, because I was one of the people who every year in the end of year members survey, when it asked, which track would you like to see, I was always putting Thruxton down. And one of the marketing team at iRacing actually, when Thruxton was launched on the service, was saying, "Oh yeah, this is partly your fault that we've got this track," and they didn't realise just how much of a fun track this is to race around. And a lot of people, I think, sleep on this track. I don't think people give it credit because it just hosts national championships. It doesn't host anything international. I think having this event at this venue opens people's eyes to what incredible racing you can actually have around here.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have that international recognition, does it? In terms of a racetrack compared to some of the others in the UK. But no, I think so. I think it's a good addition to the iRacing service, absolutely. And we're not missing many British racetracks now in the iRacing service with some recent additions. I say recent. Probably talking about the last few years, aren't I? Really, when I say recent, with the likes of Knockhill and here coming, some of the more obscure racetracks in the UK. Obviously, we've had Oulton Park for a long time, Brands Hatch and Silverstone for a very, very, very long time in the service. But yeah, with the set is almost complete. You can have a proper British Championship with just the circuits on these aisles now. All featured wonderfully in iRacing, which is couldn't be said about 10 years ago or so, and it's great to have them all now.
At Croft, I think that's the main sort of big British track. I mean, you have got places like Mondello Park and I'm forgetting another one now. There is another British track as well that I've just completely drawn a blank on. If you give me a second, I will remember that track. Mallory Park. There we go. Yeah, Mallory Park is another one as well that I would love to see in iRacing as well for lower powered formula style racing, things like that. Yeah, I think that would be a good one. And do you know what? Even though it is a defunct track, I know they've got the scan data somewhere. Rockingham, the Oval.
Yeah, I always really liked Rockingham. I thought it was one of the best rovals in the world. Maybe controversial opinion, but I thought it was fantastic. And yeah, to have a slightly strange oval in the way that it was, kind of like it reminds me of Motegi in a sense of it's sort of a bit weird and not in America. And that would have been nice to have as well. Not sure what the deal is with putting tracks in that are not existing anymore. I know that there are some circuits that do exist, not anymore, but are in iRacing, but they were added when they still did exist, so I'm not sure what it would be like now to add a circuit that doesn't really get used anymore. I don't know.
I mean, it does exist.
Well,
it's there still. It's used as a big car park, but for one of these car companies that purchase cars at a knockdown price, but will just buy anything. You can kind of guess which car company it is if you live in the UK with that description. But yeah, it's a track that I actually wouldn't mind seeing. I'll tell you what. Did you see the news about Motegi? You mentioned Motegi.
In the real world, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
They're getting rid of the oval.
Very sad.
I mean, I can understand why. Why would you maintain and keep the upkeep of an oval track that's not used anymore?
Well, I'll start to use it, I would say. To that. But no, I get it. I get it. It does make sense from that point of view to get rid of it in the real world. But thankfully, the sort of surroundings, Motegi and whatever, in iRacing will be preserved, much as they are in Oran Park. Actually, I was reading the development blog from this season, iRacing season 3, coming up just around the corner in a few weeks, and I saw a line in there about Oran Park was getting a little update to some visual updates, and just a line there about while it doesn't exist in the real world, preserving it in iRacing is a really great thing, and they're going to keep doing it, and I hope that that will be the same for lots of the other circuits that we have here, and I'm sure some of them will become defunct at some point in the future, and hopefully iRacing can be a great place to preserve those in the memory and in reality, I suppose, in the digital world through history as well, because it is a shame to lose these racetracks, but sometimes it has to happen.
Impact Ignite, the number 21 has had a black flag, served their drive-through penalty, so they're the latest ones to hit that instant point limit. Some others, some people in the chat, by the way, point out Castle Coombe. There you go, that'd be another British track that could always come to iRacing and get the full collection going there, perhaps.
So I'd say on a lower rung to Croft, or maybe even likes of Mallory and Mondello, maybe even lower than those. But yeah, we'd be getting really quite obscure then. We'd be running out of racetracks to add at that point, I think.
Oh no, there's plenty more. I mean, one that I would love to see from the dirt road side of things actually would be Liddon Hill. I would love to see that and get some more rallycross tracks in the service. I do think rallycross needs a little bit of love. Personally, in iRacing, that's my own personal opinion, and not that of iRacing or anybody affiliated with it. And yeah, I think Liddon Hill would be a real good track to add to the service as well in terms of dirt road side of things.
Yeah, I think so. I think it would be a good addition. There are a few of those in our in the UK as well, in terms of the rallycross side of things, that could be added in, especially considering we do have some rallycross circuits that don't really exist in the real world anymore, and are sort of semi-fictional, I'll say, and it'd be nice to have some proper ones, some maybe designated rallycross circuits, rather than just to sort of add on to the road courses or the ovals that what we already have in some of the rallycross layouts that we already have.
Well, the Brands Hatch rallycross layout doesn't exist and never has. So that's a perfect example there, Ewan. Although rallycross did used to happen at Brands Hatch. We used to have the European and World Championships there, with people like Martin Schanker racing in that back in the 80s. Again, a bit before your time, Ewan. But yeah, it was a fantastic venue as Brands Hatch for rallycross, and would love to see them be able to find a way to bring it back. Meanwhile, we are still keeping an eye on this fight for 10th place, because SRN are still there in 11th, trying to fight with the WSR car. They were in 10th place, Lucas Lodato versus John Lawson, and SRN Esports 44 places gained. We can't wax lyrical enough about that car and that team and what they've done working their way through the field. Okay, there's been a few incidents early on in the race that's helped them move forward, but not too many big incidents for them to actually do that. It's been working their way through the field the hard way.
No, absolutely, and that's what's made it so impressive. Obviously, Matthew Mayo's got to take most of the credit for the positions gained so far, but I mean, 44 places gained across the team so far is just an unbelievable effort, really. So it was, say, hour 45. Actually, most of those gained in the very first hour of this race. I think he was on something like high 30s after an hour, wasn't he, Mayer? So this is a brilliant effort. And again, I said it earlier, but they'll be ruining the fact that they missed qualifying, missed getting a lap in qualifying, I should say, and had to start from the back, because actually showing the speed that they've got at the moment, they could have really gotten a great result here, but they might well do anyway. They're knocking on the door of a top 10 now. Lucas Lodato just in front of them there. Bruno Real is not too far ahead of him, and then they're into ninth. Then the gaps get a little bit bigger, admittedly, but nevertheless, I mean, what a great run through the field this would be for SRN Esports if they were to get inside the top 10 and finish inside the top 10 in this race after such a lowly starting position.
It's worth pointing out Bruno Reales this lap has actually had a slow down penalty, so that brings him a little bit back towards these two who are duking it out for 10th place right now. We'll go through the right hand, and they've gapped out Max Andrews in that Race Point Media by Project 91 car by a good margin now, so it's just the best part of 10 seconds between 11th and 12th place. So SRN John Lawson and Lucas Lodato in the WSR Esports car able to focus forward here and keep an eye on each other throughout this one. But SRN, this is lap 35 of their stint right now. They're going to be heading on to pit road with they'll be hoping to head onto pit road in another 30 laps or so. Yeah.
I mean, they're actually going to be restricted a little bit in the flexibility that they have, because their first stop was on about lap 50. That's quite early, really. So you're right, they are going to have to do maybe 30 laps or so. We saw the maximum run at 64 from McFarlane and Ferguson in the first stint of this race. So you'd imagine it would be at least that, but I think if forced to, they could have gone further. So maybe it's going to be at least 40 laps for 30 more laps, sorry, for SRN Esports, because 30 or odd more laps still only gets you to, an hour and a half to go? Still not quite with 1/3 remaining in the race, certainly.
Yeah, it's all pushing it, isn't it, really, in terms of stint length and when they do it. But I trust their calculations and trust what they've been working out here, and definitely going to be interested to see what they can do here and push on as we go on. Right, okay, what we're going to do, we just started a lap here, and so we're going to give you a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion with 2 hours and 11 minutes remaining in this race. It's the SRN team who are currently in 11th place. We'll go on board with them for a little while. We'll be right back. There we go then, that's a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion here in the 4 hours of Thruxton, powered by iRacing. Hello everybody, it's Paul Smith and Ewan O'Leary here on commentary for you with this RaceSpot broadcast on the iRacing Sport network of channels. And well, what a race that we have seen so far. Ross McFarlane currently leads the race by 8.4 seconds. At the front, ahead of Matt Caruana, who for M Esports is trying his best to get back with your race leader. He did lead for 14 laps of this race, did Matt. Those are the two race leaders that we've had so far in this one. Third place, it's Future Glass Motorsport, Charlie Devlin, who's just ahead of the Scuderia Fermata Shuma Fukuyama car. And then it's Leo Brown, who really should be a lot further up the field than he is, but an incident involving a bit of lap traffic has forced him down the order here. So that's how things stand right now, and Ewan, it's certainly it's finally calmed down, hasn't it? After chaotic first couple of hours of this race.
Oh, you could say that, yeah. I mean, we're just getting used to the general level of action that we're seeing out there on the racetrack. I mean, there's still so many of them out there, and even if it is just lap traffic, as you say, definitely that the battles have died down in terms of for position, but in terms of the action, in terms of traffic having to be negotiated by these top contenders, in terms of these two driver groups which are still popping up down the field, it is no less busy than it was at the start of this race, really, and it's going to continue like that, it looks, right until the very end. But we don't have big groups like we did earlier, all fighting for position. That is certainly true, and that has taken nearly 2 hours to actually calm down and get to this stage. But there's still plenty going on.
We started this race with 60 cars on the grid. Andy Fox is the last of the runners on track in 52nd place, 13 laps down after having to get repairs multiple times. And car 17 I've just seen has had issues. White Motorsports, Francis Seldorf behind the wheel of that car. When we started this race, we had 12 Audis, 38 Hondas and 10 Hyundais, of which one of those was a Veloster. And it's worth pointing out that the Hyundai Veloster, Stephen Walker for BSTV Esports Team Green, is currently in 18th after starting 24th. So the Veloster still showing that it's got some good pace. And remember, Stephen Walker early in the race was facing the wrong way at the chicane.
Yeah, very early in the race, and so he would have lost a lot of places as a result of that, because it was so early. The positional loss would have been disproportionate, perhaps, from what you would have expected. But I always like to see it. It's just to see this at the Spa 24, which we spoke about earlier, is coming up very soon in the summer. About there was for years one full GT would race the Spa 24. And it was we'd always check in with where the Ford is, even though it was completely rubbish, and it was never near the front. But it was great to have one in the race, and the Veloster isn't quite as slow as that was in comparison with the rest. However, it is still great to have just the one out there, so that all of the TCRs available have been chosen by at least somebody in the top split, because it's that variety that makes these endurance events part of really what they are.
That Ford GT was very agricultural compared to what these TCR cars are like. Even the TCRs are basically a sort of standard hatchback car that you would see on the road, although the concept of hatchbacks and things like that are becoming less and less because of the prevalence of SUVs and crossover cars as well. I mean, you just have to look at World Rally Championship, how the Ford Puma is a crossover car. It's not an out-and-out sort of hatchback car anymore. So, me personally, I don't like it. I like a proper car. I don't like these crossovers and SUVs.
No, I know what you mean. I think the fact that cars are getting larger on the roads all the time is not a great thing for us, really. And I do like the smaller cars, which take a little bit less space, which is probably a good thing on the road. But yeah, I mean, as far as racing is concerned, these hatchbacks have always been brilliant in whatever era it has been. These types of cars don't have to be hatchbacks, but that's what we see here, and that remains going forward as well. So, oh, that's quite slow through turn 1. Who's that in the number 10? It looks like Brett Gardner. Must have been. Oh no, it's not a slowdown. Sorry, it's a meatball flag that he's got.
So what has he made contact with?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to guess the wall out the final corner, but we'll see whether that's the case or not.
Our producer Hugo Luis, who will be quickly rewinding the tapes. Okay, maybe not rewinding the tapes, but we'll be looking back and trying to get us a replay, see what happened here. But that car does not want to turn right, and that's a problem around here because you're pretty much turning right all of the lap.
Yeah, exactly. We saw it into Campbell where he just went straight down the exit road, or the access road. Here it is. See whether I'm correct or not. Oh, it's a pitting car. It's a pitting Elantra that he's smashed into the back of. Oh dear, and he's realised straight away there that he's got no real control over where that car's going, and careful. He's now thankfully going slowly off the line.
Big news in the top 5. Leo Brown for Team Bennick Academy has got a black flag, so has reached the incident point limit here. We'll have to take a drive through, and that's pretty much bang on halfway through the race. So if you've accumulated 20 incident points in the first half of the race, it's only another 10 before you get another drive-through penalty. So that's big for Leo.
Yeah, and on that trajectory, we'd have another 2 before the end. So he's got to be very, very careful. But as you can see here, this is the full run through the pit lane. It is a very, very short drive through here indeed, and 9.8 seconds was that travel time. The time he would have lost, of course, because he is still travelling, would be even less, so he only loses 1 place, but that does put him outside the top 5.
And Jaden Scotton now suddenly will see that car being about 3 seconds ahead of them, going, ooh, there's a chance. The JC Academy car, of course, Jaden Scotton doing a good job in the top 10 right now. So yes, it definitely gives a little bit of hope to people like Jaden. Now, Michael Polisek actually is only a couple of seconds, maybe a second and a half back from Jaden Scotton in 8th place. So you could see them just in the background of shot then as we were coming through Church Corner and onto the back straight through Brooklands and up the Woodham Hill. And there they are in the background of shot, the WSR car. So these three are relatively close when you look at our top 10. Although speaking, the closest to the top 10 is actually that race for 3rd place once again. Because Future Class Motorsports, Charlie Devlin and Shuma Fukuyama are close together as JC Academy decide now's the time to pit with 2 hours remaining. So
it has to be a 3-stop, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It has to be. So they want newer tyres throughout more of the race. And that's why they had such a short stop. And Joe Water in at this stage as well. We'll see whether he actually stops or whether this is just a drive-through. But this is the opening of a strategy window that was a little bit left field. Well, is a little bit left field. Was a little bit unexpected as well, to be honest. So tyre changes 3 times in a 3-stop strategy, with a lighter fuel load across the board as well, less fueling each time round as well. So those are the advantages. The disadvantage, obviously, taking an extra trip down pit lane compared to the rest. But when it is such a short run down pit lane, maybe they've decided it could be worth it.
45.6 seconds, 45.3 seconds, sorry, for Jaden in that JC Academy car. So back out of pit road, fresh tyres, a tank full of fuel, and we'll be carrying on and going on to 1 more stop for them. We would expect, with it being just over half of the race to go here. So drivers splitting the strategy as Michael Polisek now onto pit road as well after 47 laps. So WSR Esports with Michael's car doing something a little bit different to the rest of the team, because the rest of the team pitted pretty much on the same lap.
Yeah, Ferguson and McFarlane pitted on lap 64 earlier on. So they're doing exactly the same thing down to the very lap. But this is unusual, isn't it? I mean, last year, as far as I can remember, they pretty much did exactly the same thing across the board as well, between McFarlane and Alexander Davison and Crofton Woodhatch it was on that day. This time round, they are doing something different with Michael Parsek. But I must admit, I've been surprised with the lack of progress he's made through the field in this race. I can understand that in qualifying things can go wrong for anybody because it's such a short session and weird things can happen. But this has been 2 hours now, and he hasn't gotten through the field in the way that I was expecting at all. And so maybe it's an on-the-fly thing that they've decided, well, I'm not getting the progress that I was hoping for here. Still struggling to stay in and break further into the top 8 from where he was, break into the top 5. So I wonder whether this is on the fly and deciding to do something different.
Maple T Racing Team onto pit road after 50-lap stint for them, and Andrew Taphorn is now jumping into their car, so a change of driver for them. So that's a big one for them. That TechSport Sim Team Red car that's in front of them has been in pit road now for the best part of 5 minutes with a mechanical meatball warning flag, so they're going to be sat there for a little while longer. So we are seeing these different strategies come to play here, and the case is now what will work out. Me personally, I think the leaders going as long as possible and then pitting is the way to go, or at least how I would do things, to get that short fuel stop at the end and maybe put on front tyres only for the last stint of the race. We'll have to wait our turn and see what happens in terms of pit stops here. But yeah, you can see the cars bouncing over the curb, but the Elantra just dealing with those curbs so much better for Ayrton Reutemann. Of course, two famous names in the world of motorsport. Yeah. Ayrton with Ayrton Senna, and Carlos Reutemann as well is the other big name in the world of motorsport. As look at that tighter turning then from the Elantra, trying to get alongside. This is going to be brave going into church. And well, the Honda backed out of it, and probably quite wisely did so.
Yeah, indeed. Just want to go back to the thing you mentioned on tyres, by the way, just briefly, about a 2-tyre stop. Because I've been surprised that they haven't been doing just 2 tyres anyway throughout the race normally, rather than all 4, because front-wheel drive and so on. But I'll take it that's not too much of a surprise for you, that it has been 2 tyres so far rather than 4. 4 tyres rather than 2, even though it is front-wheel drive where all of those going through the fronts anyway.
Well, the problem with doing the 2 tyres throughout the race is, yes, you don't actually have that much tyre wear with those, but when you do the front tyres only, the balance of the car goes out of whack, and you've still got that grip in the rears compared to the front. So around here, you want the rear end to be turning, and you want that slide to be so you want to have as even a balance as possible for you to be able to get that. Now, when it comes to the last, say if it's the last half hour and you're doing a splash and dash, in the time that it takes to put the fuel in the car, you'd take, say, 2 tyres just to get you to the end and give you that bit of a performance advantage. SRN Esports, by the way, onto pit road after 50 laps. So you maybe take 4 tyres to keep the balance in the car for the majority of the race, and then if you are choosing to do that splash and dash, at that point do the 2 fronts only, in my opinion. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it does make sense. It's just about the balance point. It does make sense. I just thought the conventional wisdom for front-wheel drives was to always only take the fronts, but that's definitely not been the case so far here today. As Matthew Mayo, by the way, gets back into the SRN Esports car. So there has been a number of 3 stops starting to appear here, but personally I can't really see it paying off. I mean, the amount of time, we saw it a little bit earlier, didn't we, with Fukuyama and McFarlane, and there's not that much difference really. I don't think.
Sorry to jump across you there, but car 8 and car 31 have had an incident. And car 31 has actually taken a tour back to the pit road, as has car 8. So that's Pro Racing Simuladores and the ITA Racing team have had a coming together somewhere, and here we go. Oh, exit the complex, going... Oh,
no.
Dear.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I don't think that we need to say much more than that.
It's tempers fraying. I know it's a hot day, and that causes tempers to fray, not both in the sim and the real world. But even so, that wasn't particularly great, and that'll be a couple of drivers out, a couple of teams out of this race. Sadly, at this stage, we've kept good numbers so far, but we may lose a couple there.
One thing that we can say, though, is Scuderia Fermata now onto pit road. After 49 laps, they've decided now's the time for their pit stop. So, with an hour and 51 minutes remaining, you are committing yourself to another stop, aren't you, still?
Yep. I think so. I think for the next 10 minutes you would be, wouldn't you? Maybe a little bit longer than that. So there goes Fukuyama down off the Jackson, back underway again in 7th position. But as I was saying, Fukuyama and McFarlane were on this sort of different strategy earlier, where Fukuyama came in a lot earlier. He came in 12 laps earlier previously, and it just wasn't making as much of a difference as I was expecting, to be honest, in terms of the time gain per lap. It just wasn't as severe as I would have liked to see if I was to be encouraged to go on to that 3-stop strategy. So I personally don't think it's going to work in terms of vaulting into the lead and challenging McFarlane or indeed Caruana. It may well, though, give him extra place. You know, if he finishes any higher than, 5th or so, you know, I think Fukuyama could say, well, it did pay off. It didn't get me the win, but it probably did get me a better result than it otherwise might have done.
Oh, I mean, they were fighting with Charlie Devlin for 3rd place. Let's not forget as well. So that's the one that we've got to keep an eye on, is that Future Glass Motorsports car of Charlie Devlin. See when they come onto pit road, because they pitted 46 laps ago now for Charlie. So we've been seeing a number of cars pitting around lap 50, lap 51 of their stint. So we could see Charlie coming onto pit road in the next 5 laps or so to make their pit stop. As the JC Academy then coming through the Church Corner, heading through Brooklands and up the Woodham Hill, and they are on the back of the Maple T Racing team. Now these two, of course, have been onto pit road in the last 7 laps. So 7 laps ago for JC Academy, 5 laps ago for Maple T Racing team. So they're back involved in this fight. And it's a fight for 10th place as things stand right now.
Yeah, it is indeed the highest place fight in the field. Max Andrews not that far up in front of them, as well as Leo Brown comes into pit lane as well. He only pitted after 49 laps before as well, so he actually pitted earlier than Fukuyama first time round. He's just pitted slightly later than him this time round as well. So 3-stop strategies happening there as well by the looks of things. Charlie Devlin, by the way, did 57 lap first time round, so he'd go on for at least another 10 to replicate that, but he could go on further than that, and I certainly think he should do and will do, and I think personally that will put him in prime position to finish 3rd.
As these two duking it out then through Church Corner. Oh, look at the run though that the car behind got there. So this is all for 9th, 10th, 11th right now. Onto the brakes, Jaden Scotton at the back of this group, trying to fight it out. A tyre smoke just in front, but nothing forthcoming. And it's all about the run out of the club chicane, across the line, and for the time being, Max Andrews stays ahead in that Race Point Media by Project 91, but that car is on lap 42 of its stint, so its tyres will be significantly worse, and that is what's given Andrew Tapon the opportunity, but he's fighting back.
Whoa, that was close. Taphorn gets into 9th again, just in front of Scotland. who gets in front of Max Andrews. So it's Andrews who's dropped down there with the older tyres compared to the other two. He's out of it completely with the difference in tyres. The other two, very, very negligible difference between Taphorn and Scotton in terms of their tyre life. But yeah, this is the middle third of the race. This is probably going to happen, to be honest, until there's an hour, maybe 50 minutes to go, maybe even less than that. There's going to be battles that happen where there's difference in tyre wear and difference in strategy, difference in thinking that makes the battle slightly untrue, as in not evenly spaced strategies against one another. There'll be multiple groups together where they otherwise wouldn't have been, and that's going to be what the next hour or so is going to be like.
It's so tempting when you've got that grip in those new tyres to use it up as quickly. You get, and especially when you're involved in a fight like this, it's very tempting to use up that grip, but you've really got to resist that. You've really got to bring your tyres in here and not work them too hard. It's a little bit wide there from Taphorn. That won't help the front tyres with their temperatures as they go through the Seagrave in towards Noble once again, as Sergei Soldatov in the car number 51 on pit road, finishing their pit stop, and it will be back out once again. But these two still fighting out this battle for 9th place right now, and they've got lap traffic ahead of them that can get involved and really make things a little bit interesting. It is car 27 that is ahead of them, and that is, very quickly looking at my entry sheet, that is the barrier inspection crew.
Making sure everything's nice and safe for everybody else. Oh!
Sliding through the corner there was shot, and then that's not ideal.
No, and talk about tyre life, tyre wear, lots about tyres. That's not going to do them any good, as Michael Polacek now gets through on Max Andrews, who, as I mentioned earlier, is on those really old tyres compared to these guys. So Polacek even behind Scotton and Taphorn, and even they are on the same strategy now. So I'm not sure what Michael Polacek's not quite getting on with this afternoon, but just doesn't seem quite right. Doesn't seem quite as fast as he normally is.
I mean, let's not forget, this is an incredibly strong field as well in this race. I mean, the strength of field as it stands right now at this point in the race is 45.67. So that's the average iRating across the grid here in this race today, which for a TCR race is a very high level. We've got drivers who are 8,000-9,000 iRating in this grid here. So, yeah. It's certainly been a strong field, and Polacek, he is a specialist in TCRs and in front-wheel drive cars, but he is going up against some really, really competitive drivers as well.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but Polacek is normally the top among those of a strong field. He's normally the one sort of leading it, as it were, but something just not quite getting on with him today, and it's not looking like his day compared to 1 year ago. Racespot's not quite having the strong all-round run that they had last season either, really, which is a bit of a shame. They were 1, 2, 3 last year, but that's very difficult to repeat. Of course, they've got 3 entries in this race. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that again, but Ross McFarlane is in the prime position to defend the title, as it were, on behalf of the team, given the fact that he's just slowly and continually extending this lead now.
Ross is somebody that I was racing in leagues in both Kia and in TCRs, and he was always in and involved at the front of the field in those leagues back in the days when I actually had a bit more time on my hands and was able to do a bit more competitive racing. Now it's just the odd official race here and there, and the odd sort of shorter league that I could commit time to. Charlie Devlin, slow down penalty for him. So too for Andrew Taphorn in that Maple T Racing Team car. So in that battle with Jaden Scotton, just having to serve a slowdown penalty. But this is 13th right now. Track Limits Racing, Corey Lobner, and ahead at Racing Point Media by Project 91, Max Andrews. You can see the struggle in terms of tyre degradation. Now, Corey Lobner, to be fair, has only got 1 lap newer tyres, so I think that Max is just struggling that little bit more with that tyre wear.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Andrews in the last couple of moments losing places, but those have been against guys on much newer tyres than he is, and that's not the case here. So interesting to see why this is happening now, because as you say, Corey Lobner is on a pretty much negligible difference in terms of tyre life here, but nevertheless is closing in and looking like getting past at the moment on the way towards the final chicane, perhaps too far away on this occasion. But yeah, Andrew's going the wrong way a little bit at the moment.
For another competition, Ayrton Reutemann on to pit road. 58 laps they did on their stint, so they're making their pit stop. This battle still continuing for 11th place right now. Corey Lobner's trying to go left and right and see whatever way they can get past to make the move, but it's not forthcoming. And the problem is they've got cars behind who are not involved in their race, but are a little bit quicker because these two are holding each other up.
Yeah, this could get into a real sort of group now. All it takes is one pair to be fighting at the front, costs you a lot of time. A couple of others join in behind and struggle to get past, and then inside line there through Goodwood, and now towards Church. He's going to get it done. This had been coming for a lap or so, and Corey Lobner now it through without too much trouble.
This isn't over yet. This is not over yet. Max Andrews trying to use the slipstream up Woodham Hill, looking to the inside of the club chicane, and nicely done on the brakes. Old tyres for both cars, and I think it is showing because they've got a almost a bank holiday Monday worth of traffic stuck behind them right now. It's almost like the tow in a caravan, those two, at the head of this little gaggle of cars. Of course, the cars behind 21st, 22nd, 23rd, so they're involved in their own fight right now. It's the Ravas Racing, it's Roto Esports, and it's Hot Wheels Race Team, all fighting it out for their own positions, and they're getting caught up in this fight for 10th.
It's just fascinating, isn't it, the way that these two battles are trying to coexist on different laps, but on the same piece of tarmac, it seems, at the same time. And this is going to prevent Lobner from actually trying again for the next couple of moments, although Max Andrews being pushed wide somewhere might well give him the opportunity in towards Church. They're both side by side. Lobner's going to just back out there. Andrews will do the same as well with the first of the two, but here comes the Audi that Lobner will try and follow through, and I think he was hoping the Audi might have a go at the final chicane so that he could follow through there with an awkward sort of tie-up through the chicane, but that's not going to happen here. He's going to get stuck in behind, and Lobner will remain separated from Andrews there. Yeah,
certainly will. So that just shows, as Charlie Devlin onto pit road, that is 54 laps on that stint then for the Future Glass Motorsport team, and we're keeping an eye on them and Scuderia Fermata, because that is the fight that we've been seeing for third place in this race overall. We're looking at the WSR car behind. This is full position, but different pit stop cycle. But it's the car in front that we want to be looking at, because it's Fukuyama is going to jump ahead of Charlie Devlin there.
Yeah, for now, because he's already been out on there on 10 laps, so there will be a little bit of difference in terms of tyre wear here. Although small, that's quite a big gap, isn't it, actually, having said that. 10 seconds pretty much for Devlin there. As he comes out now, he'll have to get himself up to speed and up to temperature. But with an hour and 40 to go, could he go to the end if he wants to? Maybe, but I don't think he wants to with an hour and 40 to go, to be honest.
It was 47 seconds the best part for that pit stop, so I'm not convinced by that.
Yeah, I'm on the fence about that. But you know, if that is a strategy to go to the end, why would he stop so early and give himself such a long stint to the end when he clearly could have gone further? He went at least 3 laps further last time round. In terms of fuel, I reckon he could have gone even further anyway. So, yeah, if that is a strategy call to go to the end from here, then why would be my next question.
Car 20 has had an issue at the club chicane and is at a standstill on my track map. Car 20, of course, being the Paddy Power Thomas Burling car. So issues for car 20 at the final chicane, and still this gaggle of cars, and Bob Little comes onto pit road right now. This gaggle of cars, they're scrapping away. And it's Max Andrews who's losing out in all of this. This is going backwards fast, is what we're seeing from Max Andrews right now.
He is going backwards very fast. I mean, I expected that he would lose a place to Matthew Mayer, but Corey Lobner's through very comfortably there. And you just wonder who's going to be next, because the momentum's just not with Max Andrews as it stands at all here. And Mayo, meantime, he's going to get past Corey Lobner, so that's not unexpected. They're on different tyre sets as well. Mayo is chasing Holasek, Taphorn, and Scotton, and Leo Brown, and Charlie Devlin. They're all on the same strategy as his, sort of next in line, next in line, next in line. All 1 lap down on Ross McFarlane at the moment. But yeah, for Max Andrews, it's just continuing to go the wrong way. 119 last time round, didn't see him have any sort of issue, but just very, very slow.
We are getting some Gen in here, by the way. Charlie Devlin stopped early to avoid traffic, so there must have been a big chunk of traffic that it was coming up to.
Exactly. I mean, where is he now? Is he in a free piece of air with 10 seconds either side of him? I guess not.
Let's have a look. Devlin is just in front of a bit of traffic. He's got a couple of cars in front of him, a couple of Audis. But you look at the queue of traffic that's behind him there. Latest black flag, by the way, Tech Sport Sim Team, Jake Cummings, from 14th place. So they're going to have to come down and serve a drive-through penalty, which will cost them 10 seconds cone to cone. Add on a few seconds, so you'd be talking about 13, 14 seconds lost in total, really, for a drive-through penalty through here. It's not that big a penalty if you compare it to, say, somewhere like the endurance pits of Spa.
Do well to get out there with half a minute lost there.
A minute? Cone to cone, isn't it there?
Well, yeah, but in terms of time loss, it'd be a little bit less than that. So, but yeah, exactly. Very, very long way down pit lane there, indeed. But yeah, again, it's one of the weird things, isn't it? Some of these penalties are just a drive-through, and that's just it. Doesn't matter whether it's Thruxton here or whether it is the Spa endurance pits, as you say. It is the same penalty always round, although the amount of seconds that it costs you is quite large. I think this is one of the few circuits in iRacing, to be honest, where I'd actually say maybe we should look at changing into a stop and hold for 10 or 15 or something, because it is so short here. It's actually barely a penalty, isn't it, dropping through the pit lane through here?
Yeah, certainly. It's a flash of the headlights then from Shuma Fukuyama. Down the inside, but not going to be getting past. Now, this is a little bit frustrating for them because it's Bruno Reales in 3rd place. Now, this is a fight for position. However, Reales has yet to make a 2nd pit stop, and by our reckoning, it'll just be one more pit stop for them, because we're coming up to 1 hour and 33 remaining. Yeah. You should be good towards the end of the race now, getting towards that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And you might think, well, there's a long way to go, but Reales should, in my opinion, try his very hardest to keep Shuma Fukuyama behind him for as long as he possibly can here, because that will increase his chances of a podium here, even if those chances, I think, are a little bit slim at the moment. He'll be increasing those with every lap he can keep Fukuyama behind him. Going to be so tricky around here because of the advantage that tyres give you to actually keep him behind for any extended, meaningful period of time here. But every lap he can do this, the better, as Reales now moves it over to the defensive line. Does he move it over far enough? Here comes Fukuyama anyway to the inside line. Oh, he's forced to the outside again.
Oh, this is getting very tight between the two of them, and the last thing that you can do if you're Shuma Fukuyama is get involved in an incident. You can't afford for there to be any mistake, any contact between the two of them, because we've seen how front-to-rear contact has actually caused there to be the mechanical meatball warning flag to be issued out to drivers. So he's got to be careful. But if you're Bruno Reales, you're trying your best to hang on, get to your pit stop, and then be ahead when you come onto pit road. Because as you say, with that SART XMC Mirage 3 I16, as I say, catchy name for the team, if they can hang on to that, and they've then got that one more pit stop, we know that Fukuyama on lap 16 of the stint now will have to do a splash and dash at some point.
Yeah, or indeed might well stop with an hour to go and do another whole tyre change based on what we've seen so far. We'll wait and see what that final stop actually entails. But here he comes again towards the final chicanes. Outside line, Real is going to put him there. And he doesn't try and go around the outside to get the inside the next spot. Thought that might have been a bit of a jam through the chicane. Now he's going to try and get the exit towards turn 1.
I thought he'd done enough to get the run, and look at that, tighter line, fresher tyres, able to get up alongside. Oh, a little bit of a lurch there from the third place car, but he's on the inside, into the complex, through he goes then, Scuderia Fermata, and it's Shuma Fukuyama who makes it through into third place on track, crucially making that move there. Now what he needs to do is run away. He needs to get away from that car behind him, the 600, because, as we say, Fukuyama has another pit stop to come yet.
Yeah, exactly. This is, but when you look at it like this, say both of them have got one stop to go, and Fukuyama's might well be shorter. So I think he is fine as far as keeping Bruno Reales behind is concerned. But Reales is going to pit earlier and get an undercut on the tyres, so it flip-flops around again. So it's difficult to know where they're going to be a little bit later. But for now, he's back in front again, and he is back onto the podium again. Fukuyama, by the way, was at last year's race. I thought I'd recognised his team name and from this race, and he finished 19th. 3 laps down last year, so way improved on what he managed to do 1 year ago.
Oh, that traffic just catching the grass there. I thought we were going to have almost a plane crash then in terms of losing control, but no, hanging on to the car there was the Epic Sim Racing red car, Tobias Seigner, behind the wheel in 38th place, almost caused calamities for the third place driver. Out there on track. Fukuyama right now is just about a lap down, isn't he? Right now, because
yes.
Ross McFarlane is just up the road with his final pit stop to come. Yeah,
almost exactly a lap down at the moment. So might be able to see him in the distance in some of these shots if they're wide enough. But yeah. That's the gap that we're looking at. And again, don't be surprised that there's only 2 cars on the lead lap. There was only 4 on the lead lap at the end of the race last year. So there's stops still to come, but expect that to be sort of the number we're looking at by the end. That's Frau Hernando into contact and very nearly turning somebody around into a spin there through the complex. This is quite a lively battle just outside the top 20 for 22nd place. Adam Kotsmar for Ravas Racing was holding that. Now he's given that over to Travis Linscomb Hatfield.
Yeah, Mr. Apex, I have noticed that they've got a fan club in one of the chats, so good to see their support out there. And yeah, that's another place gained now for Mr. Apex, up into 22nd in this one, so able to jump the Project 91 Racing Team 191 car and also the Kotsmar car in 22nd. So yeah, it's not in 22nd, in 24th, should I say. So yeah, good to see Missed Apex up there. They're lap 21 of their stint, so they will be owers another pit stop here.
Yeah, as most still do in this race, even as we approach the final third. The vast majority of the field still needing to make one pit stop. There's a change. Charlie Devlin getting past Lucas Lodato. Lodato is one of those who still hasn't stopped for the second time, but Devlin has, and is trying to chase the likes of Fukuyama primarily, I think. 7.5 seconds up the road in that fight for the podium, it looks like, between those two.
The barrier inspection crew have had an issue out there. I did notice them going a bit slower on my timing map, so they've had issues out on track. And here's, whoa, wow, it's them. And is that the Boosted car, the Benjamin Gregory car? Barrier inspection crew facing the wrong way, not having to inspect any barriers though.
Not at the moment, thankfully. Managing to stay clear of that, and they carry on again. 44th, by the way, for those guys. Tony Dibden, who is 4 laps down. By the way, I was just looking through the previous race results from last year again, because I wanted to see what the attrition rate was like last year. I remember it being much heavier than this in terms of attrition, and for once my memory was correct. At the 1/3 mark in this race, we still had 37 cars running. We had a car retire pretty much on the 1/3 mark to go, but we've got 50 still going here. We have had a much cleaner edition this year than what we did last time round.
I think what's helped is, and this is a subject that we haven't touched throughout this race so far, is the refresh of the TCR cars. iRacing in the most recent build, actually, they had the refresh, if my memory serves me correctly. They've refreshed the TCR cars from the ground up. They've got them on different tyres now, so the tyres are behaving in a slightly different way. The dynamics of the car as well has been changed. We've got the new Audi, of course, as well, that's in this race for the first time, rather than the old Gen 1 Audi. So we've got the Gen 2, as that's a nice move on exit of the chicane and moving through on one of those Audis. But yeah, we've had that big refresh, almost like a big reset of the TCR class, similar to what they did with the GT4s and the GT3s, isn't it?
Well, how do you think that would help, though, is my question. Because it kind of feels to me like we've seen a similar race apart from the attrition.
I think it's how the cars behave and how they handle the bumps, how they handle the curbs, how the tyre performs as well. I think that's a big change in the cars here compared to last year as well. I mean, last year we had the threat of rain. In some other splits of this race last year, they did actually have rain. So we couldn't sort of properly say that, or tell the difference in terms of the two compared to this year's. And these changes as well have made the cars a little bit quicker as well, if you look at the lap times from last year compared to this year.
And we'll see whether we get a distance record, maybe 189 laps, by the way, we complete last year by the eventual winners. We would need to be on 126 by the time we get to an hour 20 to go if we are to beat that. Ross McFarlane is currently on lap 124, so going quite well. In fact, just completes 124, so I think we are going to get a distance record here with those slightly faster lap times. It's not going to blow last year out the water, but it may well tag on an extra couple of laps to this race compared to what we saw 1 year ago. Yeah, hardly too much of a distance record, really, considering it's a 2-year event so far.
Yeah, but it's still a 4-hour event. We're looking at a lap distance of let's call it 3.8k. So yeah, it's it's still quite a lot of laps. Oh, now car 45, Michael Polisek, has got a black flag. Instant point accumulation. So, yeah, Michael Polisek having to take a trip down pit road for a drive-through penalty. So, I don't think that'll affect his position in the track right now, but certainly it's not something that you'd want. SRN might be challenging for position.
I mean, it really just is not his day, is it, Michael Polisek? Really doesn't feel like it. As you say, Matthew Mayer will absolutely be in that conversation now to take that position. He's only 10 seconds behind, and they're on the same strategy, don't forget, as well. They Polisek stopped 27 laps ago, Mayer only 24, so there's barely a difference there, really. Polisek will very, very soon be in. Meantime, Matt Caruana does exactly what he did last time around. As we were reaching 1/3 into this race, he pitted 2 minutes before we got there so that he could get a bit of an undercut. He's done exactly the same again.
And Polisek onto pit road to serve his drive-through penalty. There he goes through the bottom of your screen right now. So that's that one. SRN are coming through into turn 1 right now. So Polisek does come out ahead, as there is that M Esports car. Mike Caruana from second place should be able to make it to the end of this race on this pit stop by our reckoning. That was a 63 lap stint this time for Michael. Ross McFarlane is staying out another lap, so that's going to be lap 62 done, and he's lapped Matt Caruana with that action, with Ross yet towards the pit stop there.
Yeah, indeed. As Caruana now makes his way back out again onto the racetrack. Here comes Bruno Reales and Charlie Devlin, both getting past Caruana. So that is interesting, though, with Devlin and Reales set to make one more pit stop and Caruana probably not. It may be a very, very temporary battle, but it just shows you that these guys actually seemed a very long way away earlier, but because of the pit stops, and in fact they're nearly a minute long, these stops, then it means they can jump right back into the fight sometimes, unexpectedly.
Certainly can. Charlie Devlin there, as we're seeing him trying to go around the outside of Reales, and the two of them side by side through church, which is not something that you really do in full metal racing. Up the wooden hill once again into the braking zone. Devlin, can he get the move done there? Of course, fresher tyres compromises the run of Reales, and he heads onto pit road. But that does mean now that he's on the power, and look who's coming past there. Caruana down the inside, lap 1 of his stint done. His tyres still not up to full temperatures here right now, but Caruana back ahead of Devlin, who lap 16 of his stint, we expect him to do a splash and dash.
Yeah, we'll see exactly when the splash and dash happens, or indeed how much of a splash and dash it actually ends up being. If he stops in 20 minutes time and sort of really tries to quarter this race out with another set of tyres to take him to the end, then obviously that pit stop will be in the very near future. But we'll see what this difference is going to be like for Devlin here against Caruana in terms of the tyres, in terms of the speed that they both have. 14 laps difference in terms of when they both pitted. That means that Devlin has a chance, I think, to stay with Caruana if he's got some good speed. Let's see whether he can stay with him. Will be quite telling here in terms of speed for Devlin compared to Caruana, if he can stay with the driver who's run second place pretty much all afternoon.
McFarlane onto pit road. So your race leader onto pit road then has decided that now's the time to head down there. Devlin just picked up a slow down penalty through the chicane, so he'll be dropping off at the back of Matt Caruana. So McFarlane taking fuel, tyres. It'll be a full service here for him, and that again was a 64 lap stint. So this should be his final pit stop here, and it's been going oh so well for the WSR Esports podium Sitter last year. Of course, he finished second at Ross McFarlane last year to his teammate Alexander Davidson. Davidson's not racing here today. Ross is.
Yeah, the only one returning of the WSR Esports 1-2-3 from 1 year ago, and he's living up to the favourite status as well as his stop completes, and he gets back onto the racetrack again with an hour 17 and a half still to go. It's just about a run to the end now for him. It's just about controlling this race, because once again he's ended up even further away from Caruana than where he was before. He's over 20 seconds in front now after that what should be final pit stop of the day. Winning gap, by the way, last year was 23 seconds as well, so we're right around there at the moment.
Oh, we've had damage for Daniel Ferguson. He's on pit road right now and he's got a meatball. He took a tour back to pit road, so something's happened to Daniel, or to his teammate, should I say. But that is not good for the WSR Esports car. It was Lucas Lodato who was behind the wheel, and that is what happened.
I mentioned about the risks you have to take through the chicane there to go quickly. Most normally, you're talking about the slowdowns and avoiding those, but that's big contact with the wall, and that's what can happen as well. Sapfo competition, wow, that's a big snap back the other way. Should have just floored it there and would have saved itself, as we're 3 wide towards the final chicane. It's the battle for the top 10, and a dive down the inside from Martin Chico to get back there again. He's fresh out the pit lane.
Yeah, so Chico then, it's fresh tyres, fresh rubber, that Yitcow Racing, and they expect car 32 laps now stint for them. So that means that they're not able to compete in terms of that grip. They'll be having one more pit stop in this race for them, and it just goes to show how much difference a new fresh set of tyres can have for your car, considering that number 3 car will be significantly lighter on fuel.
Yeah, exactly. It seems that balance is in the favour of tyres when you're looking at what's making the lap time here so far today. But next Brett could still be only halfway through his stint. We don't really know. I guess he doesn't need to go that far in this stint, to be honest, before he makes one more pit stop, so we're probably going to see him in before then. But this is going to be something that remains for some time, and again, this is what's happening in this part of the race before we get to the final hour, the final 50 minutes. Those final pit stops all having not been made yet means that we've got some teams who are sort of very mismatched and going to remain that way for some time before we properly understand who's where heading into the final 3/4 of an hour.
Raul Hernando has not had a fun day of it out there in the Project 91 racing team. He's up 10 places, so that is good going, is that. However, he's now in 19th place, just ahead of Missed Apex Motorsport and PSM, and not that far ahead of Tech Sport Sim Team. So he's just had to go through pit road yet again, has Raul. This is the 5th time down pit road for a black flag. So 3 times for a black flag, 2 times pit stops.
That's too many, isn't it, for a team who are wanting to get a good result here, a sort of a top 10 result maybe. There's too many trips down pit lane, as short as pit lane is here and as uncostly as drive-throughs really are. That's a little bit too much. Hernando makes his way through the final chicane here and back onto the start-finish line for yet another lap. 19th place at the moment, and the queue behind is not quite for position. You have to go a couple of cars down to Travis Linscombe, Hatfield and Joe Water, who are trying to take his 19th place off. There they are, just in the background.
One thing they've got to be careful now, though, is the amount of times they've had black flags, because remember, you get a black flag after 20 instant points, and then for every 10 instant points after that, you then get a further black flag. Now, I'm not 100% sure if they were all due to instant points, so one of them might have been for a pit lane infraction, But if you have taken 3 drive-through penalties, 4 instant points, that means you've got 10 instant points remaining for an hour and a quarter.
Yeah. And
that's disqualification at 50.
well, you'd hope. I mean, I was about to say that is not enough, really, on that trajectory, is it? But what I would also say, I guess, is that you might well see, because of the disqualification looming over you, rather than the sort of very uncostly drive-through, which we've talked about again and again, the fact that there's a disqualification, which is very costly, of course, looming over them, might well just force them into a little bit of a cleaner final third of this race, quarter of this race. You'd hope so, certainly, otherwise, as you say, they'll be on their way to a disqualification.
Missed Apex fans in the chat here today. Also spotted one of my fellow former BSRTC competitors, Pete Newman, in the chat as well. Good afternoon to you, Pete. Always good to hear from you. Funny story about Pete. Well, it wasn't funny for him. He actually competed in 3 races at the British Sim Racers Touring Car Championship at Mid-Ohio on a gamepad on a laptop in hospital.
Oh no!
That was commitment to the league.
Goodness me, that's unhealthy commitment, I would say.
And do you want to know the really bad thing? He was as quick as me, and I was at home on my wheel.
That's a sobering moment for those who are at home on a wheel, isn't it? I'm sure you weren't the only one.
No, I wasn't, but that was a fair effort from Pete that time. And as I say, always good to hear from Pete in the chat there. And I'm sure plenty of other people have got stories about how they've competed in sim racing events from weird and wonderful places. To be honest, the only time I've really sort of competed in any sort of competition was when we had the Racespot event in Milton Keynes a few years ago. And that's about the only other time that I've actually competed in a organised race series. Got wiped out by Kevin Ellis Jr. on lap 1. Just saying.
I don't think I was with Racespot at that time. I don't remember that. A few years ago? I don't know.
I can't remember when that was now, that Racespot event at Milton Keynes.
Must have been at least 3 or 4 years ago.
It's 2022, there we go, Hugo, on the ball.
2022. Was I can't remember. I can't remember when I joined Racespot now, to be honest. It's been so long.
How dare you not know when you joined Racespot? I remember when I joined Racespot. It was February 2015.
I do have it written down somewhere. I think it is like summer 22, maybe, something like that. But,
it was the Spirit of VLN series in 2015 at Spa-Francorchamps, and my fellow commentator was Andrew Woodhouse.
Spirit of VLN, because back then, of course,
we didn't have the Nürburgring.
Yes, indeed. I was a watcher of iRacing back then rather than a commentator. So I remember those days. I remember watching the first VLN series, which was very highly publicised actually when the North Side was first added to iRacing, and rightly so as well.
That very first virtual Nürburgring series race. Yeah. That was what, 2016? 2017.
16. I think 16.
Oh, was it 16? Yeah, because the first iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours was 16. But the first virtual Nürburgring series race, it was an incredible race. I commentated on that one, and it was incredible for the MX-5s, because we had the MX-5s racing in that race, and it was just absolutely crazy with them going 3-4 wide down the Dottinger Hohe every lap.
Yeah, it was a great race. I remember that as well. Especially the shock of the first lap, because on the first round, I remember that people weren't entirely expecting it in quite the way that it happened. I seem to remember. Maybe that's inaccurate, but I seem to remember that being quite unexpected. I remember the camera cutting on the Dottinger Hohe to just a 4 wide or 3 wide, 2 rows of MX-5s all in a line coming down the straight for the first time towards the end of the lap. I remember that quite well, and that was quite a way to kick off racing at the Nordschleife in iRacing all those years ago.
Yeah, so many memories over the years. People have had to endure me commentating and yapping on a bit for 11 years now, so poor Hugo's had to put up with me for that long. you less time, young Ewan.
I know, I was in school when you started doing that.
Please don't.
Although you can make yourself feel better, because I was strange enough to be watching before, before and after I was going to school. So there you go, a strange child. But yeah, that's a bit of iRacing history for you there. But by the way, Pete Newman says he's amazed you remember that story.
How can you not remember somebody racing from their hospital bed?
I know. He's amazed anyway.
Yeah. We have had Hugo ask the question of what Ewan was doing when Hugo started sim racing in 2002. Oh, as we got a car off. Before we get that answer, there was a car off then at the chicane. Car 13 that was. And the SRB car gets back up and running. We'll get that answer shortly. I know it's vitally important for people right now, but SRB... Oh, and it was contact with the WSR car.
Wow.
Then, so... Taurus Vosberg, the Lithuanian, back up and running now. But yeah, that was not an ideal moment.
That wasn't the race leader, WSR car, was it? Because Vosberg is about to go a third lap down now. I suspect that was Polasek. Looking at it.
It was Polasek, yeah.
Yeah, and again, just having a strange race for Michael Polasek, really is. But yeah, that was urgency from Polasek, trying to get down the inside there into the final chicane. And in the end, just using the bumper. Yeah, it's a bit late, isn't it, really, to be heading down the inside from that distance, and serves him off the road. And don't forget, Połasek's already been for a drive-through, so that might have been a 4X, and getting him 40% of the way there at least to another penalty.
Yeah. So there we go. That's what happens then. Alexander Cortez, Grid Up Sim Racing, the American, and certainly a unique livery on that Honda. We've got to ask people in the chat, whilst we're here. I know there's going to be some biases in the chat from fans of teams, but what's the best livery on the grid that we've seen today? I've got a personal favourite of that Boosted car because it's a nostalgia thing of me watching the British touring cars in the mid to late 90s. Obviously, that was before you were born, Ewan, but I'm old enough to remember that.
I would say it's one of my favoured things to do when I'm not working or watching something that's going on at the moment, is to watch some motorsport from the 90s or 80s. I don't know why. It's just I just find it quite interesting because as you point out, I wasn't born at the time.
It was a bit more of the Wild West at that time, was motorsport. I mean, not as much as it was in the 50s, 60s, 70s, but it was still towards the end of that sort of laxness of regulations.
Yeah, and those previous times weren't televised quite so well. So you've got to stick with the 80s or 90s if you want to find something on the internet. It can't be too long ago, unfortunately. So there you go. But yeah, it's just an interesting time, and something I enjoy doing, watching the old races when there's not something going on now, of course.
I will say it was the Rugby League Challenge Cup final in the UK today at Wembley Stadium, Hull KR versus Wigan, and it came up. Every year it comes up. 1994, which definitely is before your time. Martin Afire for Wigan, scoring quite possibly the greatest try in a cup final ever in Rugby League history. It's so good that there's a statue outside Wembley commemorating it. I thoroughly recommend people look it up on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Martin of Fire, Wembley 94. That's all you need to look for.
Even I've heard of that name, and I don't really follow rugby league, certainly not from that time. So, well, I say that, I couldn't name a single player now either, actually, but I don't mind watching it.
I started my commentary career in rugby league, thank you very much. Yes, 2010.
Yeah, no, I do find it interesting. I don't mind watching it, but as I say, I couldn't name a player. So, you know, I'm not that into it, but yeah, it's interesting. It's a very northern sport for those who are not in the UK.
I mean, it's huge in Australia and New Zealand, and in the South Pacific Islands as well. It's a big sport with the NRL. But yeah, very much in the UK, it's very much the M62 sport. For those of you who know your roads in the UK, maybe if you've watched Auto Shenanigans, you'll know that motorway in particular.
That's where a lot of the teams are, and whatever. Yeah, I quite like that aspect of it. I can't lie. The fact that it's all from a sort of small area or whatever, but yeah.
I could tell you the worst gantry to stand on was at Castleford, because one, you were underneath an asbestos roof. So if the ball got kicked, you hit the roof of the stand, you'd get little dust particles of asbestos coming off the roof. But also, that year when I was there, the cameraman, when we got up there, said, stand at this end of the gantry because there's a wasp's nest at the other end.
Oh no.
That's the conditions you had to put up with in...
That's the glamorous life of rugby league in the UK. Now, I do some work sometimes on the games for the radio in York, and the commentator told me the worst ground always is Lee, because everybody's very rude.
Yes,
that's what he told me.
Yes, absolutely. It used to be Salford at their old ground, but that was because you'd be wary of your car getting nicked at that time. Anyway, we have got a motor race going on here. It's worth pointing out that the Scuderia Fermata car of Shuma Fukuyama is like 41 of their stint right now. They are 8 seconds ahead of Matt Caruana, but crucially for them, they are now 10 seconds clear of the Future Class Motorsport car of Charlie Devlin. Leo Brown, to be fair, has done a sterling job with that Team Bennick Academy car. We've not really mentioned him that much, but Leo Brown, considering that he had an incident involving a back marker, has done a sterling job to only be 38 seconds back from your race leader.
Yeah, it really has, and you know, I think we look back in it, and again we'll say this for many of them, but where could they have got to without a drive-through penalty? Well, you'd say Leo Brown probably in the middle of Caruana and Devlin at the moment, based on the way that they're running. Obviously, you can never say that with certainty, because things have happened differently the way they would have done if Brown didn't have that penalty and so on. But even so, that's quite a good showing, I suppose, of just where or how quick he's been since then, Leo Brown. And you know, finished 4th last year, best of the rest, you'd say, in the 2025 event, when WSR were 1, 2, 3. Leo Brown was the only other driver to finish in the lead lap for Guild Racing. So it's clear that he's got a good handle on these TCRs, got a good handle on this circuit, and showing that again here with a pretty strong performance today.
Certainly is. Oh, that's quite the pit entry! And that was your race leader, Ross McFarlane, getting into the back of that car then.
Oh.
That's Grid Up Sim Racing, Alexander Cortez, and that's actually given them a black flag for unsafe pit entry.
That's quite harsh. There's Cortez spinning, and oh, he's backwards. So, yeah, this is oh dear, this is a nightmare now as he tries to get in, try not to get it stuck. And yeah, he arrives in backwards, and that is a real. Oh, he's clonked you on the wall there as well. So not ideal at all. But McFarlane, by the way, very lucky, because we've seen cars who hit others who are coming into pit lane get meatballs before, and McFarlane does not get one there. He's gotten away with that one.
Yeah, he certainly has there. That's been fortunate there, as Michael Polasek now has been on pit road as well for his final pit stop of the race. JC Academy, Jaden Scotton is now coming onto pit road, so we're getting those final pit stops. And you called it, Ewan. You said come in with about an hour to go and make the most of having fresh tyres. This is what we seem to be happening here.
I mean, it's very, it seems to me that this race is either a 2-stop or a 3-stop, and so why would you not try and even out your tyre wear on either of those strategies, whatever you're doing here? So I think more should be in right now, to be honest, changing tyres and making use of this final hour. Maybe if you've got a really short splash, then maybe, but I mean, if you're having that short of a splash, then why are you not trying to make a 2-stop anyway, which wouldn't have taken too much more effort? So yeah, I absolutely expect to see some more into pit lane. I think there should be a lot more in the next few laps. Fukuyama probably closest to a stop next. Andrew Taphorn as well from 6th place. Mayer, Leo Brown as well. They should all be in very soon, I think, to try and even out this tyre wear across the board as best they can.
As through we go, turn 1, and still this incredible racing that we're seeing today. It has been an absolutely fantastic race. Once again, has this 4 hours of Thruxton, and after we had such an exciting race last year, I was so happy to see it back on the calendar for this year. To be honest, with the way that this event has been, I mean, 180 teams registered for this time slot of this race here. With the way that it's been, I don't see why you don't carry on running this event each year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very rare that you get a single car event, a single car class event like this with such a long race. You know, a 4-hour race here for TCRs. See, they are featured in the Nürburgring 24 and plenty of other leagues and so on. Feature them in longer endurance formats, but we don't often get to see this for a single car class like this for 4 hours at such a circuit like Thruxton. I think sometimes doing something a little bit different to what you see in the real world, a little bit, you know, doesn't have to follow a real world event to the absolute letter every time. Have some iRacing special events that are a little bit different to that on occasion, and I very much appreciate the fact, I think, that we have that here with Thruxton, although obviously like the events that do reflect the real world ones as well.
Oh no!
Contacts once again, and Edwin and Offra this time into a spin.
You could see that coming, couldn't you? You really could see that coming, and unfortunately, now watch your rejoin. I can kind of. He's coming onto pit road. I think that's a wise choice after having a contact like that.
Yeah, just cut your losses. But yeah, as I say, not every iRacing special event has to follow a real world one. Why not have a little bit of fun with something a little bit left field? I think I said this last year. I'm glad that that's continued on. And hopefully something like this, if not this, can continue on next year as well.
And that's actually given them a meatball flag as that. And that will have been because he had the steering turned as the front tyres hit the wall, hit that tyre barrier. And it would have broken the suspension. Because
it looked innocuous otherwise, didn't it? Really. But no, that's a good point. That will be exactly why. We have seen that on occasion here today in terms of quite soft meatballs. I describe them as, but that doesn't really make, you know, mechanical sense, does it? It's just the way that you make contact, what corner on what corner, and all that kind of thing. And so not big contact, but yeah, if you just do something slightly wrong there, like turn the wheels, you're going into the wall, then that kind of thing will happen.
As Charlie Devlin's just got a slowdown penalty for his launch across the club chicane at the end of the lap. SRN Esports did move up a place there, so up into 6th place. That's 49 places gained now for SRN. Don't get the champagne corks out, champagne bottles out yet, though, however, because they do owe us another pit stop yet. But they'll still be pretty high up, won't they?
Yeah. I think a top 10, if I were to guess. I think they might be able to get top 10. We'll see for Mayer. He's certainly the quicker of the two of them. Made up all those places earlier on. He's actually catching Andrew Taphorn, who I think he'll be able to get past at some point soon. But yeah, as you say, a pit stop is on its way very, very soon for that team, and we'll get a better picture then. But if you look at the gap back to 10th now, Michael Polasek has just got into there. The gap is nearly, it's nearly a minute back to 10th. So I think they can get there. I think they can get to 10th.
Tap-on is onto pit road for Maple T Racing Team for their final pit stop, and so they are moving onto pit road, getting a change of driver as well. So for the final hour, or the final 52 minutes, should I say, Andrew Rackshaw is going to be seeing out that team's effort in the Maple T Racing Team. With an event like this, 4 hours, it is a long time, isn't it, to be behind the wheel of the car, especially around a track like this where it's actually quite a track where you have to throw the car around. As speaking of throwing the car around, car 4 of Charlie Devlin trying to get down the inside of a back marker then, but whereas having 2 drivers in the car, being able to switch up, having fresh drivers, you got the benefit of freshness, but you've also got the disadvantage of not taking a few laps to get up to speed, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What you really want is 2 drivers who can get on it straight away to, pretty much the peak lap time straight away, and that's a very special. Devlin there. What is he doing here with this lap car? He's going to hit him if he's not careful. Devlin has had a terrible first few outlaps here, by the way. We've been watching him on the cameras, not been speaking about him, but he's done his 3rd lap of this stint now, and all he's had is a pretty slow cold tyre warm-up phase and a pretty bad run through lap traffic as well, culminating in that rather silly moment over the start finish line where he sort of just drove into somebody who very nearly then in retaliation took him out. So this has been a terrible couple of outlaps at the moment for Devlin, and his podium coming under direct threat at the moment, I would say, or his chances for a podium coming under direct threat, and he's off again here.
It was Taurus Vorberg, who is lap traffic, who is making his way back past. Now, you've got to be careful, Charlie. In fact, Charlie's got a black flag. He's going to drive through penalty. That'll be instant point accumulation. And look at that. Part of that is because of the contact with the back marker.
Yeah, exactly. And here it is, side-to-side contact, and there it is. That was always going to happen. Devlin's going to be out the running for this race now. He's into the wall at the final chicane, and that is that. Not only his podium chances gone, his top 10 chances gone, his chances of any respectable finish here gone, because of a disastrous run out the pit lane after his 3rd and final stop of the day. It's just been a terrible, terrible few laps, and that is the end of his day.
If you ever want to see an example of the red mist descending, this is it. This is it right here. Absolute petulance. Yes, they're a lap car. Yes, they're not making it easy for you, but here's the thing. They don't have to. It's advisory. It's not like Formula 1 where they have to jump out of the way. I mean, for me, if I'm the lap car, I'm just back out, get off the throttle, let that faster car through, because I don't want to get involved in an incident like that. And guess what? The SRB Mudspot car of Taurus Vosberg has got the mechanical warning flag as well, so they're on pit road because of that incident.
Yeah, so I guess not smart all round. I mean, you would say, I would agree for Vosberg that, especially when you do get to, I don't agree with sort of jumping out of the way straight away, like sort of Formula 1 style, but obviously you don't have to in this series, in this set of rules, obviously. But once you're side by side, for me, the lap cars should probably yield through a chicane like that. However, as you say, for Devlin there, I mean, why getting so irate with a lap car running its race there? I'm not sure. I mean, it's just a loss of temper, a loss of composure right at the end here. The race not quite going as he wanted towards the end here, and I can absolutely understand that, because as I say, he has had a pretty disastrous end to this race, a disastrous run out of the pit lane for the final time here. But I mean, he could have rescued at the very least a top 5, and he's not going to get that now.
He was in the fight with the Scuderia Fermata car for a podium position, and you've just thrown it all away. for no reason.
Yeah, it's a puzzling one. It's a shame, really, because it was still going to be a good result, but a loss of temper there, and it all comes crashing down in the end. We're not going to be seeing Devlin back in this race, I wouldn't imagine. Rosberg probably the same. It will be leavers with 47 still in the field, but yeah, a shame to see a race's demise like that.
Change of driver for SRN Esports. They're onto pit road, and it's John Lawson getting back into the car for this final stint. 47.5 minutes remaining here in this race, and SRN, their final pit stop, change of tyres and fuel. They have dropped behind the SARTX MC Mirage 3 i600. JC Academy as well have dropped behind, but they're still plus 48 positions in this race. An incredible performance from SRN Esports after starting, get this, in 55th place.
Yeah, amazing. And I actually thought they'd be sort of bottom end of the top 10, but actually they're ahead of Andrew Rackstraw, who they were behind before, by the way. That was Tapon, wasn't it, driving earlier? So they're ahead, they've jumped ahead of them. They're still ahead of Michael Polasek, even though he qualified 9th. That's a pretty insane swap around as well. And they're not that far away from 6th and maybe even 5th place at the end of this race, although Martin Chico's not going to be stopping again here, and he's 17 seconds up the road. And Jaden Scotton's on the same strategy as them, nearly 10 seconds up the road, so they might be difficult to catch, those two. However, still, 7th place. What a run from both of them, Mayer and Lozon. Just an amazing job to get up to 7th place. Needless to say, that is the most places gained of anybody today.
So, for people's information, the 8 AM race was just under 100 teams entered that one. This one here was 180 teams, and for the 4 PM GMT, so that's 5 PM BST, over 150 teams have signed up for that. So yes, it's not at the level of a Daytona or a Nürburgring 24 Hours or things like that, but for an event that's involving a car that is quite unique, with it being a front wheel drive car and you know, quite a small but vocal group of users who use the TCR on a regular basis, I still think that's quite a good set of numbers for this event.
Absolutely. You know, you can never expect it to reach the heights of a Daytona or whatever, because they are the big events at the start of the year. Everybody's very motivated to do it and whatever, even though it's a longer event. You can't expect to be on those kind of levels, but I'd say absolutely respectable numbers, and multiple very full splits as well, which is just fantastic to have as well. So yeah, very pleasing to see that, to hear that, and of course the advantage of having such a small race. If you want to do one at the start of the weekend and then towards the end you want to do it twice, you can do, which is not necessarily the case for a Daytona or whatever.
Yeah, that's true. I've not done it at all, this race, but then again, I've not got the time, unfortunately, to do so. I did do an official race during the week, and then realised that I was 2.5 seconds a lap off the pace. So, yeah, not ideal. And with my iRacing, I would have made it into this top split. I would have been in second split as well.
What's the cut-off here? Sorry, I know you listed it earlier. I
thought there was about a 20. I did see somebody with a 2900 or 2800 iRacing. Right. So, yeah,
still about double me. So I'm a way off there. But yeah. So, you know, that's pretty. Let's call it 3K to make it round. Still, you know, that's a good standard, isn't it, for an event, a special event like this? That's not one of the big ones. Yeah, very good standard indeed, and we've seen that played out.
We've got multiple flashes of headlights. It's the Maple T Racing team right behind SRN Esports. Now, this is for position, and they're trying to make their way around the 06 lap traffic. Is that 06? and they will do so. Now, behind them, WSR Esports' Michael Polasek is about 7 seconds back from this fight for 7th and 8th places, respectively. Pit stops are pretty much all done. There's only 1 or 2 teams that are still owing us a pit stop. So, in the top 10 then, let's give you a quick rundown as we're heading into the final part of this race. It is WSR Esports who lead this race now by 37.5 seconds here. But Ross McFarlane of the EMM Esports driver of Matt Caruana, who is in second place right now. Third place for the Scuderia Fermata team of Shuma Fukuyama, who Ewan pointed out last year finished 19th in this race, so major improvement in terms of performance in this event here today. Leo Brown in the Team Bennett Academy car, 45 seconds off of the race leader, had an incident partway through the race with a back marker that spun him off, so he's had to be a bit of a recovery drive, but still to be in 4th place. Great job from Leo there. Then it's the SARTXMC Mirage 3 i600 team, Martin Chico, who are in 5th ahead of the JC Academy, Jaden Scotton. Then it's SRN Esports. The biggest movers are in this fight here in 7th, with John Lowson, compared to Maple T Racing Team in 8th place, just behind them, half a second covering the 2 of them. WSR Esports in 9th with their number 45 Michael Polsek car, and it's Yitcow Racing Red, Dominic Duran. Dominic Duran? Blimey. That's a name I've not seen for a long time, is Dominic there, but he's in 10th place, and that's a good gap between him and the Track Limits Racing Team in 11th place. So the top 10 now, apart from 7th and 8th right now, pretty much set, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. This is the one fight. I mean, this could very much spiral into a place where Michael Polasek closes, because there's still 40 minutes to go, and these two have a very long way to fight through yet, if indeed it is going to be an all-out scrap from here to the end. But
SRN, slow down.
Yeah, Thruxton's just going to take that well, Lawson was trying not to make that obvious by slowing down, but not actually going off the racing line or anything, and fooled me for a moment, I must admit, but he didn't fool Rackshaw, and so there's a change. This is what I mean, they could change places again and again and again for the next 40 minutes, and that might allow Polasek in, but other than that, I think you're probably right that there's going to be no more change inside the top 10. Question mark though over Jaden Scotton and Martin Chico, who might well get together as well. Scotton's on 17 lap pressure tyres there, but he does have 9 seconds to get.
And could well do that though. Black Flag Impact in night. Daniel Strukska has got a black flag, so we'll have to come down pit road to serve a drive-through penalty for them. They might lose 1 place to Roto Esport team, Roman Richter in 19th, so that might give us a bit of a fight. Both on the same pit stop cycle as well. For those 2 teams down in 18th and 19th place respectively. So your race leader is working his way through a big chunk of traffic right now, but he's still 38 seconds ahead of that EMM Esports car of Matt Caruana. And I have to say, Ross McFarlane, we've barely touched Ross McFarlane. Let's just discuss him for the time being right now, as he's got a huge amount of traffic in front of him here, actually, as the car goes onto pit road. I mean, he's done everything that he needed to do. Okay, he didn't get the lead straight away. End of the first lap, lost the lead to Caruana, but bided his time and took his opportunity and has never looked back, has he?
No, absolutely. Seen it right from the very start here today that McFarlane took charge of this race. Thought initially, actually, it was going to be a real trade between him and Caruana, but I think after losing the lead initially to Caruana, he sat behind him for a few moments and thought, I'm quicker than this, and he went past, and he now hasn't really been seen again. Caruana's made a couple of attempts on strategy, but there is really quite little you can do to try and overcome such a pace advantage that Ross McFarlane clearly has here this afternoon. And as long as he avoids incident he's going to go on and win this. But I think the most worrying tie-up for him has come during an incident. And it was only a few moments ago when Cortez was coming into pit lane right in front of him, and he smashed into the back of him. We've seen meatballs happen as a result of contact like that. McFarlane lucky to get away with that one, but he deserves to, because he has been the best driver in this race.
Oh, without a doubt, he's been the yardstick for this race, in my opinion. And WSR, when you get them in touring cars, they're an extremely difficult team to beat. They just excel. It's not just in prototypes and in GT3 racing that they compete well in. They've become a regular in top split racing as a team as a whole, haven't they, Ewan? And seeing that development of that team throughout the last few years after their shall we say, slightly messy divorce from the Pure Sims outfit that was starting to make appearances in top split. WSR Esports have really just marched on now in top split events.
Yeah, they have, and I'm trying to wrap my brain from Nürburgring. Weren't they running second at one stage before crashing in a McLaren in a field of BMWs? I'm pretty sure that was the case. I'm pretty sure that was them. But anyway, you're right. They've been in top split events now, not just ones like this, but the big ones like at Nürburgring and Daytona, and performing well. And you feel it's only a matter of time until they take a big one in class. But that hasn't happened just yet. They've taken ownership of this race, though, over the last couple of years. That is for sure. In terms of this race, by the way, and the teams you mentioned there, I looked at endurance series that we do on Racespot, and those that have TCRs in, and who's always at the front there. And I do wish that some of the German teams who are often so strong in the TCRs would. I know Thruxton, it's maybe they have an immediate disadvantage being from another country where it's not particularly well known, Thruxton, compared to the British drivers who will know it a bit better. But you look at the teams of the likes of Team Huizinfeld and SimRC, who absolutely would challenge WSR Esports, you'd say, in an endurance season in a TCR. Unfortunately, not taking part in this race, neither last year or this year, and just feel like that would be a nice addition anyway to one of these races. Since you mentioned the strength of the WSR Esports team, I suspect those teams will be just as strong and challenging indeed.
Yeah, it's certainly they would give them a go. I mean, I think SimRC, they have been a team that have just been perennial people who have been in the top split of special events all the time that I've been commentating sim racing, and it's been great to see. I mean, it's literally a forum team, and it's great. It's just how they're just able to keep on this sort of conveyor belt of new drivers coming through and performing well for them. And we've seen them have ebbs and flows. We've seen them be one of the absolute top sim racing teams, and then sort of drop down a bit when other teams have picked them apart in terms of drivers, but then they've rebuilt and got themselves back up again. And I like seeing teams like that are just still there, still plugging away and doing it for the love of sim racing. So because at the end of the day, like I say, it's a forum. It's simrc.de, and it's just how they've been able to build that team and develop and do it for the love of the game.
Love of the game, yeah. yeah. No, I absolutely agree. And I think sometimes that has ebbed away. Sometimes doing it for the love of the game, as it were, in recent times in sim racing. But glad to see it still existing within some, and indeed coming back for some as well. But sadly not in this race at CLC. By the way, I'm being reminded that WSR were in the Ferrari at the Nürburgring, of course, not the McLaren, which I think I said. But yeah, anyway, they were in a different manufacturer to pretty much everybody else, and they did very well until an incident about a third of the way from the finish. So there you go. Matter of time though for them until they take a big one, I think.
Certainly, absolutely. I think it's the right circumstances, the right time, and yeah, we could see them taking an overall win in one of the big endurance events. I mean, this is still a good endurance event as this one, but it's not got that pedigree, not got that history as this event yet. I can see it grow. I mean, we discussed last year, I remember on commentary last year, that you could almost, and we've touched on it earlier, that you could almost sort of have this rotate across various British tracks, this type of event, and not just have it at Thruxton, but I think, to be honest, this mixture of TCR around Thruxton, it just works.
Yeah, it does. As we talked about earlier on, I would like to see more endurance racing at sort of smaller, more unusual racetracks like this. Doesn't have to be an iRacing special event, I suppose, but
Knockhill Oval.
I mean, you know, I've often wondered about very long endurance races on ovals, but you know, but anyway, that's a slightly more left field thing. But you know, it does just create constant action. We've seen that tonight, and even if it's just lap traffic, you can see always so busy. That was James Dennison there being lapped there by somebody. He's trying to chase Ayrton Reutemann at the same time, who's trying to chase Jake Cummings at the same time. They're trying to lap people and be lapped at this stage of the field as well, because they're sort of up towards the point in the end, but there's plenty of people who are still ahead of them as well. I think that's Polsek, is it, going past there? Anyway, it's just battles like these that make this event so entertaining from start to finish.
Yeah, it's you can look through the field and find somebody battling away and somebody racing hard. So yeah, definitely, it's great that we get this in this event all the way through. Speaking of cars in the race, I believe that we have got 47 cars still running in this race. And you said it was, what, in the 30s last year, wasn't it? The finishing 36 was it last year that finished?
Finding it hard to get a final number on who actually finished, but only 37 got to the 2/3 mark with an hour and 20 to go. So that gives you some idea.
Here we go, Hot Wheels racing team Spectra Flame going toe-to-toe with Heike 360. Two Hondas neck and neck. It's going to be that Hot Wheels car that goes down the inside through Goodwood, and then through they go towards the Church Corner. Heike 360, of course, pitted 37 laps ago, whereas Hot Wheels pitted 6 laps ago, so tyre freshness will be coming into play. Do you know what? One of the big special events that I'm looking forward to is actually in December, and that's the Production Car Challenge event that's happening right at the end of December. That's a new one that I'm looking forward to seeing.
Is it? I thought, wasn't there something similar last year towards the end in December, or have I made that up? Is that?
I can't honestly remember if it was Production Car Challenge last year, but yeah, I mean, we do have like the SCCA playoffs, of course, happens towards the end of the year. That's usually an event. That's usually around VAR or a track like that. So, but yeah, the Production Car Challenge I think is going to be an interesting one because of the mix of cars, because of those different classes of cars that you have in that series.
Yeah. And I know we did have a. Yeah, I'm just looking through the iRacing VODs on YouTube. We did have a similar-ish production car challenge last year with the M2, the GR86, the MX-5, and the Clio.
So yeah, that is the production car challenge. Yes.
Yeah, and that was at VIR as well. Quite a long race actually. I think 2 hours 40, something like that. 2 hours and a half. So a long race, and yeah, I do quite like those types of cars. So it's one of the things about the Nürburgring 24 I wish we could have more of. Obviously, with the limit of the amount of cars we can have in a race, and it's difficult to get them all. But yeah, the production car challenge is exactly the sort of thing you want to see in that sort of event, and a nice way to end the year. It was on December 20th last year. I think it's the last weekend of the before Christmas this year as well, if I remember correctly.
And VIR is one of those tracks that, again, I think is one of those that is a lot of fun to race, and you forget how fun it is to race around there, because everybody thinks of, you know, all the big main tracks of Daytona, Spa, Suzuka, you know, tracks like that. They always think of those tracks to race at, but VIR, I think, is so much fun to race, especially once you get out of that first twisty bit through the NASCAR turns, and then you're going through that S's heading towards where the oak tree used to be. Superb piece of track building is that.
I mean, it's very, very hard. The VIR. I don't particularly like it to drive because it is so hard and I keep falling off, and it's just impossible. But I do like watching around there, especially the maybe a controversial opinion. I prefer the ultra long layout to the just the outer bit. I forget what the actual layouts are called, but the Grand Prix circuit that just contains the outer bit, I think is inferior to the big circuit that intakes the infield and all those strange, very small but wiggly corners in the infield there. That makes the circuit, you know, about 2.5 minutes in a GT3. I really like that layout, but I don't understand why some others may not.
You like that because it means that on that broadcast and that broadcast alone, you get to say the corner name, which I can't actually say on this broadcast.
That's not the reason. Are we allowed? Are we saying that though? Are we allowed to say that because since it's a corner name?
On that broadcast, I think you can.
Okay, fine. Well, I'll remember that when I get sacked.
And you'll say it's all Paul's fault, and I'll say, mate.
He told me it was fine.
Always check with your producer, kids. If you're getting into broadcasting, always check with your producer. Having to come up with different corner names, I will say, by the way, as we're keeping an eye on this race, by the way, that's going on, and I will point out that SRN have dropped off the back of Maple T Racing Team right now. Michael Polasek is actually gaining on SRN Esports, so we'll keep an eye on the racing further down the field, though, as a black flag for Booty Bandit Sim Racing. Bob Little having to serve a drive-through penalty, so that's drive-through done for Bob, and the American back out on track and up and running again. But yeah, James Dennison, we're looking at his race right now because it's pretty close between him and Ayrton Reutemann in that Renova competition car. So and also TechSport Sim Team are not that far ahead of them either in this one.
No, indeed. It's pretty close in this part of the field. This is by far, I would say, the most interesting battle on the racetrack, with the three involved, and obviously lap cars involved here as well. Actually, quite a congested part of the field if you look back from 12. So lots of change could happen here, although there's only less than 25 minutes to go now. We're very much in the home stretch. I don't think we're expecting to see any more pit stops, really. Certainly not from the top contenders anymore, unless something has gone dramatically wrong, which you never know. We have seen an incident and accident on one or two occasions so far this afternoon.
I make it, what, about 20 laps? Something like that? 24 minutes? No, it won't be quite 20 laps, will it? With 1 minute 14. I mean, the pace that Ross McFarlane, 1 minute 14.8. The track temperature, it's worth pointing out, by the way, is down to 30.6. At the start of the race, it was 36.7, and it went up to just under 39 at one point.
I mean, we're very much evening time, aren't we? I think we started about 1 p.m. Just after in sim. I'm talking about. Obviously, that will change the way you on the road. But yeah, 1 p.m. in sim, and that means by this point it's after 5, and temperature's really starting to cool off by that point for track temperature, especially the intensity of the sunlight going down. So the tyres enjoying this stage in the race much more than what they were earlier. But around here you can do 4 laps every 5 minutes at Ross McFarlane's pace. So I think you might not be far wrong with 20, although we spent so long talking about it, it's now 19.
Well, my point that I'm making is Matt Caruana is on lap 47 of his stint. Right. Yeah, but it was a 64 lap stint.
Yeah, but that wasn't his limit, I suspect.
I think it was fuel limit.
Okay.
It was 64 laps, so he might be having to do a splash and dash, but he's... Wow. Has he done enough of
ahead, if that is the case?
It's, 19 and a half seconds.
Yeah. That's, yeah. I wouldn't be... I mean... Again, I think he's fine, but if he is thinking I might need to...
Oh, no!
Now,
this is big, because Maple Racing Team, of course, have been racing with SRN. That's brought SRN back towards them. That's a huge incident involving the Team Racing Point Blue car, Giuseppe Capitone. And they've actually got a black flag, so they've reached an instant point limit of the number 18.
I mean, it's so difficult to go side by side without making contact through there. When you're sort of at mismatched speeds like that through Noble, and you just see it there, pretty heavy contact, and Rackstraw just floors it to keep it on the straight and narrow. Thankfully, it didn't do any suspension damage, which is a positive for him. But while Lawson has gotten a lot closer, he's just not as quick as Rackstraw, is he? So I'm not sure it is really going to matter unless there's another incident like that.
Never say never. What is it that Murray Walker used to say? If is the biggest word in Formula One.
Yes. Very good, isn't it?
What he used to say, and it's absolutely true. I mean, how many times have we seen it in multiple endurance events? I mean, I'll always remember Toyota at Le Mans, last lap of the race, coming across the line and breaking down, and didn't finish the last lap, so they weren't classified.
Yeah. It is true. I probably shouldn't say so sweepingly that Rackstraw will be fine, because there is a long way to go with more than 20 minutes. Still an official's length, but yeah, I mean, if everything goes to plan, he'll be fine anyway at this stage. And I'd say I still think Caruana is going to be fine. As I was saying before that replay came up, I don't know if that really is the fuel limit, rather than it is. Now, I think his tyres will be absolutely finished at the end of this stint, no doubt. But I think he'll make it personally.
Do you want to hear some bad news for Capitone? Having just served that drive-through penalty, he's got another black flag.
Oh dear! How do you get on unsafe pit entry here? Or was he speeding?
It was speeding.
Oh. Well, that's easy to see how you can manage to get that, to be fair. But yeah, that's a shame. But don't speed.
Well, but this is what I was talking to you earlier about, having between doing a drive on your own in this one for 4 hours, compared to having the racing split between two of you for 2 hours each. It really does. It does fatigue you, because it's not so much the physical side of things; it's the mental fatigue of racing in a race like this. The concentration that you'll have to keep all the way through, especially when it's been like this for 3 hours, where you've got mixed traffic in terms of different teams on different laps. The concentration it takes, it really does take it out of you, and you feel it at the end of doing a 4-hour race. I used to do the Nürburgring Endurance Series on iRacing when I was a bit more competitive, shall we say, and doing those 4-hour races solo. I mean, Nürburgring is a completely different thing, but in a endurance race like this, 4 hours, it is a long time, and you will feel that mental fatigue.
Yeah, and I'm kind of on the fence about whether, teams should ideally go with one driver or two. I think for the top split here in the main broadcasted split for this race, you're likely to be getting drivers here, like the likes of Ross McFarlane and Matt Caruana and so on, who are good enough to do this for 4 hours and get through without really breaking a sweat. Maybe not today, but without having too much trouble, because they are such great drivers and they can do 4 hours on their own. But I think for a lower team, I think for 4 hours around here, you would probably want another driver really to swap with, just to keep everything a little bit fresher, because you're not going for the win anyway. Doesn't matter if you take a few laps to get up to speed, and it's not going to cost you too much. There'll be plenty of other teams going with 2 drivers as well, but I really like the fact in this iRacing special event you get the option. There's not many where you get the choice to do one driver or as a team. But I like the fact that the teams themselves, the drivers themselves, are given the choice at least.
Yes, absolutely, and I think that's one of the things that sets this race over some of the others. Is that Heike 360 now, 22nd place for him. PSM Joe Water has just picked himself up a slowdown penalty as Joe. So that will have to be served within just over half a minute. You've got to serve that by, and in case people don't know how the iRacing slowdown penalty is worked out, it works it out off of your fastest sectors, which is why on lap 1, if you pick up a slowdown penalty, it's significantly worse because you've not set a sector time. So it works out off of that.
If it's the first lap, what's it work it up against?
It works it out as a default X amount of time.
Oh dear. Well, yeah, that is very. I mean, again, just try and avoid getting a slowdown at any stage, and that would be that's the ideal thing. But obviously, it's not always possible, is it? You mentioned it right at the beginning, actually, the final chicane here, just how much of a talking point it is here, and we've seen it time and again, haven't we, with the slowdowns that people have been getting or getting close to getting, or you mentioned earlier about how it's not as you'd see in real life, let's say, the line that they take through here. But time and again you'll make the error, you'll get a slowdown, and it will cost you. We've seen that time and again in this race, seen it quite recently actually in this race, seen it all throughout, and it is the place on this circuit anyway where you get that, and generally by the time you get to this section, the complex, you will have served it to try and get it out the way and put it behind you and carry on. But that's the place around here where the slowdown is really a talking point.
Also a talking point, there's been black flags, and the race for 14th for Impact Ignite for TechSport, should I say, has come to an end because they've had to serve a drive-through penalty for a black flag. So they've now dropped down to 17th behind the Impact Ignite team. So change of position further down in your order there. So Jake Cummings will be kicking himself over that. Also, I've been keeping an eye on Leo Brown because he has been closing up to Shuma Fukuyama. Now there's just under 15 minutes remaining of this race. There's 5 seconds covering 3rd and 4th place. That could get a little bit interesting, could that, towards the end, if Leo carries on this pace?
I mean, I wasn't expecting that at all, to be honest. But I suppose Leo Brown has been on this trajectory for a little while now, coming back through the field and challenging again for a podium, which he probably feels he deserves, given the speed that he's had so far today. He'll want to better last year's result of a 4th place finish, which is what he managed, and getting past Fukuyama is how he's going to manage that. By the way, in terms of last year's results, already spoken about McFarlane and Fukuyama's, but Matt Caruana was also in this race last year, and he finished in 8th place, the last driver within 2 laps of the race winner, and therefore he was over a lap behind Ross McFarlane, so he's got slightly closer to him, but not that much. I think he'll just be pleased to finish in second behind McFarlane, I suppose, but there you go, all the top 4 in the top 20 last year as well.
I think what we've seen is perhaps the Audis, just with those front tyre wear, just not quite able to manage the front left quite as well as the Honda. As I say, the Honda is a superb chassis, to it, so it's really good around this venue, and that'll help it protect that front left tyre. And in the world of British Touring Car Championship, they actually have Goodyear tell the teams that on the opening couple of laps, whilst the tyres are still not up to temperature and pressure, they have to avoid the curbs. Otherwise, if they strike the curbs in those first couple of laps before they've got the tyre pressure up, it can cause damage to the sidewall and end up with a puncture towards the end of the race. So that's how on the limit you can be around this track. Yeah,
absolutely. And we've seen even the tyre warm-up phase, although not in that sense, the tyre warm-up phase be particularly key in this race. Not that long ago, Charlie Devlin having a pretty disastrous few outlaps as he was getting back up to speed there. And just showing how key it was. Actually ended his race, having an incident through the final chicane, getting a bit irate with some traffic. Unfortunately, he has not returned since that incident, but thankfully no others have retired since then, so it looks like we're going to get 47 to the finish. The reason why I can't give you a number, by the way, on what was last year is because there were so many people sort of multiple laps down who I can't really tell whether they were running or not. But anyway, there was only 32 within 10 laps of the winner, which gives you some idea. At the moment here, we have got 44, so a significant improvement.
47?
No, I'm sorry, I'm talking about within 10 of the winner.
Oh, within 10. I mean, it's still running, there's 47.
I know, but I can't tell how many were still running last year because I don't know if someone 20 laps down is actually running or not, like we have here.
Leo Brown on the flashers, on the lights, and that's actually holding him up a little bit. He's losing time to Fukuyama. Time is running out. Michael Polacek, the latest one with a black flag, so another penalty for Michael. Drive-through penalty for Polacek, and he's far enough ahead that he won't lose a position though. Yitcow Racing Red are in 10th place, half a minute back, so he won't lose that place right now. But I think if Scuderia Fermata with Shuma Fukuyama, if he's got a teammate as an engineer watching, he'll have seen Leo Brown getting held up there on this lap, and it'll be, okay, just keep pushing. You've got just over 10 minutes to go. You can still get this podium, but Leo is coming.
I think, yeah, the time is still very much the thing that's stacked up against Leo Brown at the moment, isn't it? 4.5 seconds with only 10 minutes remaining. You know, we're looking at 8 laps to go now for Ross McFarlane whenever he crosses the line next, which he just has now. So maybe actually 9 laps still left, actually. But yeah, something similar for Leo Brown. In any case, how many it is, I don't think that's enough time, because that means Brown's got to be gaining sort of half a second a lap, and that's only to catch Fukuyama by the last lap. And the moment he took 3 attempts last time round, that would have taken quite a big effort. And it's such a short circuit that catching half a second a lap I don't think is reasonable. So it's going to take a mistake, I think, unless other than that Leo Brown is going to finish exactly where he finished last year.
Mistake, traffic, it could happen. We've seen it happen. There, by the way, is the boosted car of Benjamin Gregory. In that, as I say, that Vauxhall throwback livery. Okay, it's got the Hyundai logos on, but currently 26th. That's a gain of 28 places for Ben, and it's a good effort from him, racing the whole race. I know in the last couple of years or so he's had health issues, and good to see him on the mend and able to finish a long slog like a 4-hour race like this.
It's a good sign, isn't it, to be able to finish such a long race. It does take a mammoth physical effort as well, and especially on a day like today. I'm not sure. Well, not
in
everybody is.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I know it is fairly concentrated in Western Europe, and there are people from other places in this race, but the real world conditions absolutely do affect things. In terms of the comfortability for the drivers, it's a lot more difficult on a... It always surprises me sometimes when you sit in a rig and steer, because it's looks like such a minimal physical effort, just how warm you can get sometimes. And that's even when it's not that warm outside. On a week like this, Yeah, this could be quite a physical ordeal for some people, depending on where they are.
And depending on the equipment they've got as well. If you've got a high-end direct drive wheel, as there goes the Project Synced Racing team down the inside, and that is for 32nd place, with Grid Up Sim Racing right there with them as well. So difference in strategy there. Project Synced on lap 18 of their stint compared to lap 39 for that Grid Up car behind. Looking at the time, it's now 4 seconds between Leo Brown and Fukuyama. So that time is still coming down. Last lap, another 3/10 cut out of it. As you say that, I think it might just be a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, he's got to be taking about half a second every 30 seconds now, which is an even taller ask, but as you said earlier, a little bit of traffic and you just never know. He's gotten through on that piece of traffic quite nicely. There's another Honda just up in front here to negotiate, which will surely be done now into the final chicane, and maybe a little hint of a draft as well on the way towards the final chicane here on the way past. In fact, it might be a bit of a dive. Here's a flash of the lights. He understands the urgency of this situation. Brown is clearly wanting to do this, but yeah, he's not going to get the rub of the green through traffic there, which he needs really, and so the gap grows again.
As we carry on keeping an eye on this fight, that gap has grown slightly then to Leo Brown. Just the best part of 0.3 of a second slower that last lap because of traffic, so this is where you get that ebb and flow of traffic, and he's struggling to get past the 21 there of the Impact Ignite team. Now they're in 16th. They are running a decent pace themselves, and they're involved in the fight, don't forget, with Renova competition that are just in front of them. Yeah, Reutemann and Struska fighting it out for 15th, 16th places, with James Dennison not that far ahead as well. So this is where it becomes difficult for Leo Brown to make his way through because of those drivers being so focused on their own fight.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the more congested parts of the field as well. I spoke about it earlier, from 12th place on back from Lumen Motorsport. It's just constant traffic all the way down, and if Leo Brown doesn't get the absolute best run through this bit of traffic, then he's not going to get there in time. That's a bit of a slide from Reutemann though, and that's going to help him out a little bit as Brown's able to take 2 in 1. Struska's maybe going to try and follow through here. You can see him just looking to the inside. Now he's going to try and follow. Reutemann's going to try and close the door. Oh, they lean on each other just briefly as they go side by side towards the chicane.
Onto the brakes, into the... Oh my goodness! Leo Brown has a dive bomb done on him! My goodness, that's heart in mouth moment if you're Leo Brown involved in your own fight. And you look at the time that he's hemorrhaged on that Scuderia Fermata car now. 6 seconds back, all because of this scrap between 2 positions. And it's still not over, by the way. Reutemann coming back now.
Wow, that was quite a dive, wasn't it? Down the inside, my goodness. Struska there actually managed to somehow get it stopped in time as well, which didn't look likely at one stage. But he's got to try again now, because Reutemann got himself straight back past. It's a nice run through Church. It's going to give him the slipstream and a potential look down the inside. Here he goes to the inside. He's going to have to dive very late on the brakes there, and he won't manage that. So he stays behind, though Reutemann gives him the space. That was very overly nice from Merton Reutemann.
Oh, yeah, that was... yeah, I think that was more a case of trying to survive for Reutemann there. Rather than chopping off the nose of the Honda driver. We've got 4 minutes remaining in this race. Ross McFarlane, who's catching up to the back of these, by the way, including his teammate Michael Polasek, to put a lap on his teammate. Ross McFarlane is on, what lap is it? Lap 188 right now is your race leader. We've got a black flag for the Raves Racing, the number 420. So Richard Takat has come onto pit road and has lost a couple of places. with that drive-through penalty. But yeah, Ross McFarlane, he's just keeping this relentless pace up at the front of 14.699 on the last lap. The only driver in the 14s.
Pretty impressive at this stage in the race to be in that sort of zone. Most drivers in the 15s, 16s, 17s and higher at this stage, with the tyres wearing away. It's the only stage of the race pretty much where everybody's been at the tyre wearing away phase together, because earlier people were cutting short stints compared to others as we got to about the hour mark in this race earlier on. But finally those tyres just going away from everybody here towards the end as we approach the final minutes, the final laps of this race. Ross McFarlane will not have very many laps remaining now. He's just started another one, so I suspect 2 more to go for him at the line.
I tell you what, Matt Caruana's on lap 63 of his stint, and we've seen 64 be the threshold where the leaders were pitting. Now Caruana's only got 9.5 seconds between him and Fukuyama, with Leo Brown 14.5 seconds back.
I'm still going to say he's fine. I mean, he can't afford to stop. Absolutely, he can't afford to stop. Otherwise, he's going to lose the place. But I think he's not going to need to.
I genuinely think he'd lose 2 spots. I think he'd go off the podium.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Ross McFarlane is just starting another lap now, and this will not be the last lap. So we've got 2 more laps to go for your race leader. Caruana is at Noble, so that's about 2.5 laps.
Yeah.
He's on lap 64 of his stint.
Yeah, so he's going to need to do 66 laps here at the end, as Dominic Duran cost himself a top 10 with a late penalty there.
And that will cost him a place as well. Yeah, Track Limits Racing only 5.5 seconds back. So whilst we've been sort of focusing on that battle for 15th place, and we've been focusing on Leo Brown and Fukuyama, really the attention now has got to be on Matt Caruana and his exploits in fuel saving.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see how he gets on, but he will be going further than what he's done before in this race, or indeed what we've seen anybody else do. Maybe we've missed somebody, but I think this is further than anybody else has gone before, as McFarlane sees the white flag.
So your race leader starts the last lap of the race as the clock strikes down. 20 seconds left on the clock for us here. And Ross McFarlane, he doesn't need to actually make any moves on the lap traffic ahead of him. He can just take it easy and bring this car home to the end of the race. It's been an utterly dominant display from the WSR Esports driver of Ross McFarlane. He's almost a minute clear of second place Matt Caruana. Absolutely sensational. And what can you not say? You can almost run out of superlatives for what Ross has done here today in that WSR Esports car. Kept it pretty much nose clean, only the one close call with a back marker heading onto pit road, but fortunate to get away with that. The clock has struck 0, we're on the final lap, and Ross McFarlane has just got to go up Woodham Hill for the final time into the club chicane. Don't cause yourself any slowdown penalty now. Keep it nicely on the track, and yeah, he's taking it nice and easy through the final chicane, and Ross McFarlane for WSR Esports is a race winner here for the 4 hours of Thruxton.
Oh, what a dominant performance as well. What a brilliant performance. More laps than we've ever gone in this race before, a bigger winning margin than we've had before as well, and fewer cars on the lead lap this time round in terms of that gap as well. They're much further away behind as well. The likes of Leo Brown and Shima Fukuyama are further away than they were last year as well, 3rd and 4th. Yeah, great performance. Not the WSR dominance we had last year, but Ross McFarlane has taken up that job and won this one on his own.
Absolutely. The top 8 still on the lead lap. We're awaiting Matt Caruana, second place driver. He's coming towards the end of his lap now. It's not the top 8 that's on the lead lap, by the way. But here's Matt Caruana then through the final chicane. He comes. He's managed to do a fuel saving. Second place. Much better result than last year. Stays on the lead lap. 66 lap run at the end. Oh, and that's the third. This is the third place. Oh my goodness, Leo Brown has taken it at the death. Fukuyama's around. Unbelievable stuff.
Why is he so slow at the final stages here, Fukuyama? This is remarkable, and he's going to end with a meatball flag. That's not going to matter. The previous lap time round, he did a 16.9, so that time was fine.
Run out of fuel.
It's all happened on the very last lap.
He's run out of fuel. He's run out of fuel in the last lap. Leo Brown gets on the podium for Team Benik. Incredible.
By the way, amazing that he could get to the end. Considering he was spun around, Fukuyama had the fuel to get back going again and go on to still cross the line.
It's almost as if Fukuyama was trying to do the Alain Prost and Ayrton Senna into the chicane there, taking a very early apex to try and chop off the nose of Leo Brown. But Leo Brown, the Team Benik Academy, getting onto the podium at the death. My goodness, what an end to the race there. Absolutely sensational stuff. Well, every car has come across the line. Here are your race results then. Ross McFarlane for WSR Esports, 56.5 seconds in the lead in the end over Matt Caruana for EMM Esports. Leo Brown then, as we saw, getting the podium at the end, at the death of that race, 1 minute 13 back from your race leader, and Shuma Fukuyama just crossing the line in 4th. Then 1 lap down, Martin Chico, great result for them. That's a gain of 8 places over JC Academy in 6th place. 7th for the Maple Tea Racing team. SRN Esports, gain of 47 places in the end for them in 8th. Michael Polacek for WSR Esports in 9th, ahead of Track Limits Racing, running at your top 10. Then it's Yip Cows Racing Red ahead of Lumen Motorsport, BSTV Esports Team Green, and then it's Impact Ignite, Racepoint Media by Project 91, Renova Competition in 16th ahead of Roto Esport Team, Tech Sport Sim Team ahead of Project 91 Racing Team, and Hot Wheels Race Team Spectra Flame rounding at the top 20. 21st for PSM ahead of Mist Apex Motorsport. Pikey 360 rounds out in 23rd ahead of Motorsports Factory Yellow. Boosted Sim Sport in 25th ahead of Star Racing Team. Wizards Team FE ahead of Sappho Competition. Ravash Racing ahead of TSRC Esports in 30th. Booty Bandit Sim Racing 31st ahead of Project Synced Racing Team in 32nd. Grid Up Sim Racing ahead of Straight A Motorsports. Lightning by Turn 6 in 35th ahead of the Team Racing Blue Point. Freezing in 37th ahead of Epic Sim Racing Red. White Motorsports and Barrier Inspection Crew rounding out in 40th place. 41st for Techsport Sim Team Red ahead of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Wizards Team SE and Tech Sports Sim Team White. Paddy Power Team Andy X Fox, and then Athea Racing Team all finished the race. Everyone else, Future Class Motorsport, SRB Motorsport, WSR Esports with the 472, Pro Racing Team, Simulators, Bot Racing, Braindead Racing, Locked In Racing, Franco Sanchez Buckley, Yes Racing, Whiskins Racing, Vesta Sport Blue, W2 ePro GP, and Hydra Race Racing Forces all did not finish the race. We're going to quickly speak to the top 2 in this race. Ewan O'Leary, take it away with your race winner.
Well, Ross McFarlane, congratulations on the race victory here this afternoon at the 4 hours of Thruxton, going one better than what you were able to do last year. Tell us how it was out there this afternoon in terms of at Thruxton, in terms of how busy this race was. How did you find it?
Yeah, it was a great race actually. Like you say, with it being Thruxton, very high speed, very short track. The traffic is pretty intense. It gets pretty busy on the track. I think I think this year was probably the contrast to last year for me. I got very hampered by the traffic last year. It just cost you a lot of time. This year, much more smooth, just a much easier race in general. And yeah, felt pretty comfortable with the pace. So yeah, got the result in the end.
The debate behind you was about whether to do 2 stops or 3. What was the thinking for you in terms of that over the course of today? And then the top 2, and in fact 3 of the top 5 ended up being a 2-stop strategy.
Yeah, I just took a bit of a sample of my tyre wear from practice, and I knew what the fuel number had to be to make the laps, and I was pretty sure that the car would be able to do it. But you have to be very cautious. Plenty of saving, not burning the front left off, and yeah, I mean even my teammate Michael Polasek decided to go for the extra stop strategy, and I thought it might work out for him, but it didn't in the end. So yeah, I think careful driving with the 2-stop was definitely the play.
All right, congratulations on the win this afternoon, Ross, and thanks for chatting to us after the race as well.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. Ross McFarlane, the winner, just in front of Matt Caruana, who's also joined us as well. Matt, you're up 6 places on where you were able to finish last year. 2nd place this time around. How pleased are you with the result here this afternoon?
Yeah, well, I signed up for the race thinking I was getting in the Civic, jumped in, and then I was in the Audi all of a sudden, so I had to make a setup in practice, and my first proper run in the Audi was actually in quali, so to be honest, I couldn't be happier.
Well, congratulations on dealing with that and getting to 2nd this afternoon, and thanks to you for chatting to us at the end as well.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Matt Caruana and Ross McFarlane chatting to us there at the end of the 4 hours of Thruxton.
Yeah, and that ends the month of May special events, but we're back in June. The Watkins Glen 6 hour is next up, with the Firecracker 400 coming up after that, and then Spa 24, the big 24-hour GT3 24-hour race in July. Ewan, what a race, action-packed aplenty, and I hope this one stays around for quite a while.
Yeah, indeed. It's stayed around for 2 editions now, and we've had a great time both times at the 4 hours of Thruxton. Absolutely. More TCR events. It doesn't have to be at Thruxton, but endurance race events like this one for me, brilliant to watch, and it has been for the 2nd year in a row here this afternoon.
Well, it has been a dominant display in the end by Ross McFarlane and WSR Esports. Matt Caruana and Leo Brown round up your top 3. From myself, Paul Smith, from Ewan O'Leary, from Hugo Luis, our producer, this has been a RaceSpot TV broadcast of the 4 hours of Thruxton.